when the world stopped. This was a few years ago, but I still remember it perfectly, as does my sister. We needed to pick up a few essentials for the house, so we just went to the Walmart nearest to us. The sun was shining and it was earlier in the day. We're in the back of the store at this point and had just picked up the milk. Now we're ready to head out. But as we're turning the corner to walk down the main aisle to the registers, it feels like time completely stopped. Keep in mind, the store was packed full of shoppers. But everything and everyone went dead silent, and it felt like we were going in slow motion, and so was everyone else. It lasted around 7 seconds. Once we fully turned the corner and the sounds and movements, including ours, became normal again, we both stopped and gave each other a bewildered look. I still can't explain it, but it always blows my mind when I think back on it. Comments. I actually had this happen to me. I was very young at the time, but I was in kindergarten. A friend and I were swinging on the swings. Next thing you know, time just kinda froze for about the same time, 5 to 7 seconds. The swing didn't go back. It was odd because I was still able to look around at normal speed. No other kids were moving. Even the birds were just stopped. The moment I looked back into my friend's eyes, time resumed, and I even asked him about it and he proclaimed nothing happened. To this day I remember this clearly, and seeing some of these comments help with some answers. After 2015, reports of incongruent memories of events exploded on the internet and continued throughout 2016 to 2019. Things started to slow down in late 2019. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what happened between 2014 and 2015 that changed everything. But nothing has been the same for me since then. I can still recall in 2015 experiencing what I could only describe as micro blackouts, where everything would go black but only for a brief second. It's as if someone was turning the light in a brightly lit room on and off repeatedly. At the time I assumed I was just having a weird reaction to my blood pressure medication. Looking back on it now, I have no idea why I rationalized it away like that. But in 2016 I realized that the reality I was now living in was very different than the one I knew. Before the Large Hadron Collider was fired up, some people suspected it would destroy the universe. When it started, it apparently did not. However, there is a theory that it did indeed destroy that universe. Now some pair that with the infinite universe theory and say that in all the universes where it did destroy that universe, it shifted people into similar but not exact universe that weren't destroyed. This is a common explanation for the Mandela effect. Not saying it exactly pairs up with your experience, but it goes along with it. Welcome to our channel. We will post videos every day. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
Car crash in the parallel universe. In the summer of 2017, around 2 hours after my grandfather passed away, me and my sister were in a horrific car accident. It was a bit past midnight. We were on our way to my grandpa's house. I was behind the wheel and driving moderately fast. I was supposed to make a U-turn, but the brakes failed and we hit the guardrail. The front of the car was demolished and both of us were badly injured. I believe I lost consciousness for a few seconds, and when I woke up again, I looked at her and saw blood all over her face and realized that she too had lost her consciousness. She was slowly coming on, when I squeezed myself out of the window and went to the other side to get her out of the car. Her door was stuck just like mine, so I couldn't get her out. People started to gather around and called 911. The firefighters came and removed the door and finally brought her out of the car. When the ambulance was taking us to the hospital, I was having the longest déjà vu of my entire life. I knew which hospital we were going, even though nobody told me. I knew how the interior of the hospital looked like, somewhere I've never been before. I even knew the name of the doctor who was supposed to stitch me up, someone that I've never met before. It's weird, because as soon as me and my sister were alone and could talk to each other, she told me about how she feels like she's been there before and was feeling déjà vu the whole time. It might seem normal for people who suffered head trauma to experience these kinds of things and read too much into something that isn't actually there, but it's a lot more weird than it seems like on first glance. I believe that both of us died on that timeline, but for some reason our consciousnesses switched on into parallel versions of ourselves in another universe. And the constant feeling of déjà vu was because of our consciousnesses settling into the bodies of our alternate selves with the original consciousnesses still present, which caused the feeling of experiencing everything twice. Now here's something truly bizarre. There was this song called Salam by Mohsen Chaboshi, which our mom loved and listened to almost every day. Even when my mom didn't play it, my older brother would. It was kind of a signature song in our home back in 2005 to 2007. So, a few months after the crash, I was having a conversation with one of my co-eds about music. She was without a doubt the #1 fan of Mosin Chavoshi, to the point that we used to call her Chavoshist. She was talking about her favorite Chavoshi song, and I just remembered all those years of listening to Zalim. I said, yeah, he's a good singer. My mom loved Zalim, she used to play it on repeat until someone became sick of hearing it. She frowned and asked me about the song that I just mentioned. She said that he doesn't have a song named Zalim. I thought maybe I got the name wrong, so I sang the chorus. She shook her head and said it's not Chavoshi's song. She named Farrakh as the singer. I swore that the song I used to listen to was Chavoshi's. His voice is unmistakable, there's no way I'd be wrong about that. So she asked me to send her the song. Obviously, I didn't have our old computer in which the song was stored on. And I couldn't find our old Chavoshi mix CD. So I googled it, and no matter how much I looked, I couldn't find it online. I even searched by the lyrics and only found the song Zalim by Farrakh. I thought, maybe it's the same song and I was wrong all along, so I downloaded and listened to it. But the song by Farrakh can't be more different from what I remember. Sure, it has the same lyrics, but the melody and genre of it is completely different. So, I asked my mom about it, and guess what? She never heard of it, neither did my brother, who gave us the song in the first place. They have no recollection of that song, whether it's Chavoshi's or Farrakh's. On the other hand, my sister remembers it. I sang her the chorus and she said it was Chavoshi's song. Somehow she and I have memories about a song which doesn't even exist in this world. I don't know why, or even how it's possible, but I sincerely believe that we moved through the dimensions when we were both unconscious after the crash. I've heard stories that happened to other people, which are similar to our experience. I don't want to get in too much on this one, but I think it has something to do with my grandpa's death. Maybe we were supposed to die that night, but his death caused an event which led to us moving on into another universe, where we didn't die. If you and your sister separately write memoirs, without influencing or communicating with each other, it would be basically proof that we switch realities when we die if there are enough matching details present in both your stories which are different than this reality. Not only that, but if people die together, they might end up switching to the same new reality. My guess is, if there's a multiverse with infinite, or at least numerous, parallel universes, whose proximity to each other correlates with the similarities of their contents, then it stands to reason that one's consciousness takes the easiest path to the closest universe to its own. Seems like something that would happen in nature.
Sounds like you and your sister did jump. Be aware of other subtle differences and let us know here. And welcome to our world, where it feels like home, almost. The world went black for a second. This happened years ago, I want to say 2005 or something. I remember sitting outside my house on the front steps with some friends talking about random things that I can't remember now. All of a sudden the world went completely dark for a second. At first I thought it was a bit weird but just assumed I blinked for a bit longer than usual and that's why it felt weird. I didn't tell anyone cause I didn't want to sound weird. About a minute later one of my friends has a shocked face and said, "Did you guys see that? The world went dark for a second." I didn't tell him I had the same experience and we all just laughed off his comment and said that he blinked. I've always thought this was a weird coincidence, but it was just really bizarre now that I am remembering it as an adult. The hotel room shifted beneath us as we slept. Was on a road trip with family once. We stayed at a hotel for a night. Our room was nothing more than 2 beds, and a restroom, with a big mirror on across from the beds. Everyone went to sleep but me. I stayed up playing a mobile game I was addicted to at the time. At about 2 a.m. I went to sleep. When I woke up, I noticed something was just ever so slightly off. The mirror was gone. The room had 2 separate bedrooms, and there were 3 beds. Apparently I was the only one who noticed it because my family called me crazy. Still confused as hell to this day as to what happened. I've talked to a man I don't know. The thing is, He wasn't alive. This happened 7 years ago. I was still in college, struggling to finish up my remaining exams, drinking every Saturday with my friends on the bridge in front of the local castle. Few different groups of people were there always, all of them friendly and about the same age. This is important information for later. My parents own a fishing supplies shop. It's a small town, home business, with many people coming in being either elderly people or youngsters getting in on the fishing action. So one day I was waiting for my mother to handle all the customers as the cashier, while my father was explaining details to new fishermen. I needed to talk to her, so I just waited aside. Since there was many people waiting to pay and to get the receipt, one older man approached me, asking me if I knew his grandson. He told me his name, and I realized he is the one of the drinking buddies from the Saturday booze sessions. He told me about his issues with college professors, his plans to move to Germany with his girlfriend, all kinds of information I didn't know about the dude. He came next in line to pay, so he quickly did, and while exiting the shop, he waved to me, and told me not to forget to greet his grandson. Next Saturday, I met the dude and told him his grandpa said hi, only to see him go pale and shocked within a second. Both of his grandpas were long time dead. I've described on detail how he looked like, how he talked, how tall he was, and he thought I was joking. I've asked him to show me all of the pictures all of his older male relatives, and he managed to find many on his Facebook profile. He showed me and I picked the right person within second. The older man I've seen had no brothers or similar looking relatives. Dude I told this to was weirded out by this, and he left soon after. Day after, I've asked my mom if she had noticed anyone like that. It's a small town, but my parents don't know everyone coming in, or notice not so well known people when there's many customers. My mother told me that she had seen a man talking to me yesterday while I was waiting, and described him in same detail as I've seen him. There is no similar looking dude with that name and surname as older man told me, so it's not possible it's a mix-up. All of the details this man mentioned about this dude were correct. I could never know his life plans, nor have I heard them from anyone else. To this day, thinking about this puzzles me. It's creepy, haunting, and I don't like it even though nothing bad happened. Comments. I don't know what it is, but my grandfather told me a story a few times, which I think I've posted about before on here, from when he served in the Navy. He said he'd been doing helicopter training with a buddy of his, and they were ending their day at the scheduled hangar. They got there just fine, unloaded and got ready to have a good time. So, they walk around the base a little to see if there's anyone they can split a case with, and come across this group of 3 or 4 Australian guys hanging around a tank. The guys get to talking, they get some beers in them, and by the end of the night, my grandpa knew everything there was to know about these guys, where they'd come from, their wives/kids' names and pictures they had in their wallets. The night ends and my grandpa and the friend needed to get back to sleep in the helicopter. They told the guys they would be back in the morning before they took off again to repay the beers they'd had and help clean up, and called it a night. Next morning, they go out, tank, and the guys are nowhere to be seen. There was absolutely no evidence of the party the night before, even though they'd smoked and there should have at least been cigarette butts on the ground, but maybe these guys were up early and took care of it. My grandpa then went to find someone who might know where the guys had gone, and ended up finding this receptionist lady, whose face, when told the names of the guys they were looking for, went ashen. She then slowly told my grandpa that the men he was looking for had died not 100 yards from where he saw them, in an accident that caused an explosion in their tank. He had no way of explaining how he knew everything he did about these men other than the fact that he had met them, somehow, and heard it from them. Welcome to our channel. We will post videos every day. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. Conversation deleted from 2 people. Long ago I was hanging out with a friend. We were talking, having a deep life conversation and questioning life and reality, etc. Then some things were said back and forth. In the moment I was aware of what was being said and in shock of what I was hearing and what was happening because I wasn't in control. Then the conversation ended and then deleted. We're both sitting there quiet in our heads. I'm sitting here dumbfounded and trying to remember what the fuck were we just saying to each other. It felt important. I remember the shocked feeling I had hearing the conversation happening, but I couldn't remember any of it. I just could remember the moment and the feeling. I finally say out loud, "What were we just talking about?" He looks at me shocked and says, "I don't know, I've been sitting here trying to remember and I can't." So we started to talk about what just happened and we were shocked because he described everything the same way I did. both aware this conversation was happening between us, but like it wasn't us and we were both just listening in. And whatever we heard, we both were shocked about what was being said and felt like we really needed to remember what was just said but couldn't, and then both instantly forgot. I have a million theories, but really I have no clue what happened that day, but it became one of the things that's really made me question our reality. Added to add, no drugs and no, this isn't just a matter of forgetting what was said. We both remember someone else talking through us. Believe what you want, if you've never had an experience yourself, no story will ever make you a believer. Comments. Sometimes when you get too close to understanding, the universe deletes your trains of thought. I know exactly what you were talking about.
There is a theory which states that if ever anyone discovers exactly what the universe is for and why it is here, it will instantly disappear and be replaced by something even more bizarre and inexplicable. There is another theory which states that this has already happened.
I've experienced something similar while daydreaming/dozing off, where I'll have what I can only describe as a cosmic realization and then poof, it's gone.
I used to say it like this: your mind is a thimble in the ocean, and all the knowledge is like the sea, you can only hold so much, but once in a while the thimble turns inside out and just for a second, you see it all and it all makes sense, then it's gone again. This reminds me of an incident when I was around 18. I was walking home in the evening, thinking about God, reality, when all of a sudden a question popped into my head, a very obvious and simple question, which the answer to would have been the key to logically prove something about the existence of God, or about reality. I got very excited, but then my mind went blank. I forgot the question, the answer, what exactly it was about. I remember how I was walking up the stairs slowly, while being very confused, trying to remember anything. But I couldn't. I still can't. Therapist has zero memory of me after many meetings. This happened to me back in 2013 and definitely was not good for my mental health. I remembered my story today and thought maybe it's a good fit here. Back in 2013 I was referred to a therapist by my doctor. Her name was Cheryl and her office was on the 3rd floor of a building downtown. It was a pain to see her and pay for parking, but I was desperate to talk to someone. We meet and I tell her the detailed story of what has been happening to me the past year. She appeared to be listening and sympathetic. She gives some really basic advice: read a book, any book, go for a walk, and books our next appointment for the next week. Next week comes. I go to her door on the 3rd floor. Cheryl greets me and asks what she can do to help. I try to pick up from where we left off. Cheryl says, "Excuse me, but I don't remember you at all. Can you go back to the beginning?" So I explain in detail what happened again. And I'd like to think my experience to share was pretty crazy at the time. Surely she would remember? Without sounding like I'm a narcissist. Anyway, we have another meeting and she gives advice anyone could say off the top of their head. We book a 3rd appointment the next week. I show up for my 3rd appointment and Cheryl's office isn't there. Door locked. Lights out. Her name not on the door anymore. I take a spooky elevator down to the 1st floor as it's an old building and find a receptionist. The receptionist tells me that she can't help me contact Cheryl but says that her office is in the basement and gives me Cheryl's business card. I go down to the basement, which has 0 other people around. Her door is there, but it's locked and dark and she's not there. I get upset and leave. Clearly Cheryl is incompetent anyway, she must be the worst therapist. I decide to give her a call and leave a message asking why she wasn't at our appointment. Cheryl calls me back and leaves me a voicemail. She tells me that she has no appointments booked for today. She also tells me she is sorry but she has no idea who I am and has no record of me even talking to her. And if I'd like to book a meeting to meet her to call back. I never called back. I was upset a long time, thought perhaps she was an NPC. Or maybe just a bad therapist. The voicemail freaked me out pretty bad. This past spring I asked to be referred to a therapist again. And guess who called and kept a voicemail? Someone named Cheryl. So I didn't call back.
Comments. I used to work with a therapist whose career ended similarly, and after she assisted her brother with evading law enforcement after he shot and killed a sheriff's deputy. Turns out she had developed a severe drug addiction. She would fall asleep during sessions with clients on the days she'd bother to show up at all. Every interaction with her, even as her coworker, was like it was the first time we had met. She only lasted about 6 months with our company. It's also possible Cheryl developed some sort of brain or cognitive functioning issue that is severely affecting her memory. But part of being a good professional in any helping role means knowing when it's time to step away from practicing for the sake of your clients. Anyway, none of that may explain and definitely doesn't excuse her terrible treatment of you, not only from a professionally ethical standard but just as a human. Please don't give up on all therapists because of one bad one, especially if you still feel that could be beneficial. Welcome to our channel. We will post videos every day. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. I woke up to a clean apartment that I did not clean and I live alone. First time posting here, but I'm ridiculously puzzled and need to tell someone that won't think I'm insane. I went to bed last night after staying up and watching the ball drop. I read for a bit, took my dog out and then went to bed. Before going to bed, I realized that my apartment was a bit of a mess. Clothes on the floor, a few dishes scattered around, some plastic wrap left about from Christmas. And I plan to clean it today. My dog and I went to my room, locked the door and went to sleep. For context, I live alone in a second-story apartment. I have security cameras on my front door and back balcony, and I also have a doggy cam pointed at my dog's crate in my bedroom that also has my bed and frame. I rewatched the videos from last night and there was no movement besides the usual stand up and stretch my dog does and me tossing and turning a bit in my sleep. But when I woke up and walked out to my living room, it was clean. Clothes picked up and in the washing machine, not running or full, dishes cleaned and put away in the cabinets, plastic from Christmas presents thrown away, everything was back in its usual place, and I've been trying to figure out what the hell happened. I have no history of sleepwalking and the cam would have picked it up. No one came into my house, I just cannot figure it out, so I wanted to see if anyone has any kind of explanation or has experienced something like this before. Edit. CO levels in my apartment are fine, plus no evidence of any kind of gas leak. Downstairs neighbors had their detector checked too and it was fine. I am pretty good at keeping up with my annual doctor visits and have screenings fairly often. Cancer, heart, and thyroid issues run in the family unfortunately, but I will make a note of it to discuss with my doctor if anything else happens. To address some of the questions and comments that have been left, I do not drink or take any recreational drugs. Any meds I currently take, I have been on for over 3 years with no issues. I have cameras and lock my bedroom door because I'm relatively young and live alone. I also have a legal background and understand the significance of evidence if anything were to happen.
Comments. This has happened to me. In my case, it was due to my rescue meds. This took place between the period of graduating high school and starting college. My severe anxiety was in the process of being brought under control now that the at school excuse couldn't be used. I was living with my grandma. It's the 4th of July. My family is out celebrating while I stayed home with the dogs. Fireworks trigger my anxiety, hence me taking my rescue meds. The meds leave me feeling drowsy and calm. I fell asleep in my chair. When I woke up, I realized Grandma would be home in less than 30 minutes and I had not done a single chore. I shoot out of my seat, and realize I'm in my favorite nightgown. I was dressed before I fell asleep. I discover my chores are done, and enter the kitchen. Opening the fridge, I discover a plate wrapped in clear wrap with a note on top. It's my handwriting. It reads, "Everything is finished. I know how fireworks affect you. I made you your favorite omelet for your dinner. Enjoy." Yes, carbon monoxide did cross my mind. Both dogs and cat were not acting off, so I crossed that one out. My best guess is while under the influence of my rescue meds, I did everything.
I've had very similar things happen to me, more so things appearing out of nowhere in my possession that I know for a fact I didn't have, or ever did. Earliest I can remember was as a young kid. I didn't have enough wheels in my Lego set to complete a normal 4-wheeled creation, and I kept reaching behind my knee where I had them and pulling out wheels I know I didn't have prior. More recently, I was stuck in the snow and being acclimated to these events, I had exhausted every ounce of hope to get out by myself. Upon starting the trek back to where I could find cell service, I noticed a heavy-duty winch I know I did not have. Never saw it, and it was in a place that was obvious to find in the bed of the truck. Impossible situation, nonetheless something was either looking out for me, or I somehow garnered the strength to manifest it. People have stories of these things and take them too far often, but I truly believe there's something to it. Just can't fully understand how and why.
It sounds insane when I try to say this out loud. My boyfriend and I live 2 miles outside of town in the country. Yesterday I had to run into the grocery store, so I grabbed my boyfriend's keys, as my car is not drivable right now, and headed toward town. About a 1/4 of a mile up, the most unreal, freaky thing I've ever had happen to me definitely happened. I saw a vehicle approaching from the opposite direction that was unmistakably my boyfriend's car. The same one I was driving. I looked at the driver as he passed, and it was my boyfriend driving it, looking at me just as confused as I was looking at him. I called him immediately and asked what the hell that was, and of course he had no idea what I was referring to, and I didn't think he would, since he was at home when I left. I got to the grocery store and sat in the car shaking and dumbstruck, trying to figure out what just happened. It took me a good 15 minutes to feel sturdy enough to go in the store. I don't know exactly what happened, obviously, but I have my thoughts.
Comments. One time I was driving home from work and a car that was identical to my husband's was right behind me. I didn't really think anything of it, but then when it got closer I noticed the man driving looked a lot like my husband too. I guess I was staring at him very intensely while I was waiting for the light to change because he noticed and smiled at me, then gave me the same silly face my husband would have. My husband worked 30 kilometers away in the opposite direction from our house, so there was no way it was him, but it was so weird I remember it years later.
During the 90s, in the UK, I remember watching a TV show and a family describing the exact experience you had. The family were driving on a main road in town, and on the opposite side, coming towards them, was the same car. As the cars got closer, they saw other car had same license plate, and as they passed each other they saw themselves, doppelgangers, in the other car.
My fiancé and I had a bad vibe that ended up saving me from certain death. This isn't strictly a glitch in the Matrix because most of it can be explained scientifically, but it's still a crazy story we like to tell at parties. The scene is the summer of 2019, we had just moved to Louisiana several months prior, but we were still settling in and about to experience our first Louisiana weather event, Tropical Storm Barry. Now, my fiancé and I had each been through many hurricanes, and Tropical Storm Barry wasn't supposed to be very strong, so we decided to weather it out at home. We went to Costco to get a bunch of emergency supplies. When we got back from Costco we both felt odd. The sky didn't look right. The storm was still supposedly 48 hours out, and when we looked at the satellite imagery it was still far out at sea, but nonetheless the sky looked very off, and everything was covered in a bright red haze. We finished bringing everything inside, and suddenly my fiancé said we need to leave right now. I tried to convince her it was just pre-hurricane anxiety, but she was adamant, we had to leave. The sky had turned from bright red to a sickening shade of green. I grabbed a case of waters, a case protein shakes, and some of the food we'd gotten from Costco, and we drove about an hour north to stay the night at a hotel. We woke up to the sound of blaring sirens. Apparently multiple tornadoes had touched down around our neighborhood during the night, and while none of them had hit anything important or hurt anyone, we still felt unsettled and decided to keep driving north. We looked at a bunch of hotels on the map, decided on one about 45 minutes from Jackson, Mississippi, and off we went. When we got there, again, something didn't feel right. It looked like a nice hotel, it wasn't in a bad neighborhood or anything, but it was the same feeling we had back home, and it had already saved our asses once before, so we kept driving for a while, until we were driving through the center of Jackson. We drove by a hotel, and we looked at each other and said, that's the one, that has to be the one. Instant relief. We booked a room for a couple of days. That night was fine. The night after that, the hurricane hit, and dumped a ton of water on New Orleans. Our neighborhood was under 24 inches. All emergency services were down. Nobody could get through the water. It was a total shit show. We watched in horror from the safety of our hotel room. The night after that, some friends from New Orleans joined us, and we figured we just waited out for the next couple days because the hurricane was slowly making its way toward Jackson and we wanted to wait until it had passed us before we started driving back. The day before we were going to head home, the feeling came back. This time, it came with a vague pain in my stomach. I took some Pepto and went to sleep. When I woke up, the pain was unbearable. After our friends tried to talk me down, i.e. it's just nerves, man, We've all had a hell of a week. I started throwing up and asked to be taken to the hospital. None of us had ever been to Jackson and nobody knew where the hospital was, but as luck would have it, one of the best hospitals in the state was right across the street from our hotel. By the time I got to the ER I could barely walk. They gave me a CT, found I had a ruptured appendix, and operated on me within the hour. We ended up staying for another week while I recovered. To this day we have no idea what happened there. If we had stayed in New Orleans I certainly would have died. If we had stayed in the first hotel we found, I probably would have died. If we had stayed in the second hotel we found, I probably would have been able to get to a hospital in time, but would have been cutting it real close. I lived because we listened to a bad feeling my fiancé had. Still weirds me out to this day. Comments. Trust your instincts, you all. I've had similar stuff happen that I can't explain, how bad vibes can lead to avoiding a huge issue. I've been lucky the handful of times I swerved a bad situation because I got bad vibes and dipped early. More recently, I ignored a major bad vibe situation, which I've never done before, and had a horrible incident happen. I don't know if spidey senses are real, but I do think we're at least in sync with our own bodies, and mental illness aside should generally trust our instincts in situations. It's not the same as mental health paranoia, and anyone having recurring self-fulfilling issues should definitely see someone about it. I don't mean to say it's never a mental issue, but I don't think Opie was having one and I was not. Sometimes it's a real, unexplainable phenomenon, I think.
My daughter is the same. Anytime she has a bad feeling, we listen. One morning, she started crying out of nowhere and said she thinks someone close to us died. I told her nobody died, she was just sad because our new puppy was sick. A few hours later, I got a call letting me know our cousin died that morning. Another time, my husband and I were going to go out and she begged us not to go because she thinks something bad would happen to us. So we bailed on the concert we were going to go to. During the concert, there was a huge shooting. The couple we gave our tickets to, got shot, but survived. I could go on, but you get the idea. She's just very in tune to everything around her.
Welcome to our channel. We will post videos every day. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. Me and my friend saw our own deaths in the future at the same time. Hopefully the title isn't confusing. Back in high school I have this friend, we will just call him Josh for the sake of the story. Josh and I were best friends and we always joked about how weird stuff would always happen around us when we were together, such as lights flickering, random people wanting to talk to us, things disappearing and reappearing. You get the idea. Well, one night we went on a double date, and after we got home to my house we decided to grab food from McDonald's. As we were walking out the door I felt this really weird feeling. It was like deja vu but felt very eerie. As I stopped right before walking out I saw a scene in my mind where I was driving in the car with my friend Josh and we got into a horrific accident and died. I remember it vividly. He was driving his white Mustang. I was in the passenger seat and we experienced a horrible car crash at an intersection about 3 minutes away and we both were dead at the scene. What's weird is I had stopped for probably 2 seconds but it felt like I just experienced this whole scene for about 15 to 20 seconds. I snapped back to it and then my friend Josh said, "Hey, I just had the weirdest feeling. I think if we go to McDonald's we're going to get in a car crash. I just saw a vision of something where we died." What gets even stranger is he's not a very emotional person, but he was tearing up when he told me. We both slowly closed the door, walked back to the couch and just sat down. We just sat there in silence for a good 5 minutes just looking off into the distance not knowing what the hell just happened. Has anyone had an experience where you think you avoided your death? Or saw your death?
Comments. I saw my death, I believe. I had a very vivid dream about being in a car with my husband on a twisty road and getting into an accident. We went to an in-between place, and I was wanting very much to go back to Earth or whatever, but my husband was like, "Nah girl, it's time." And he showed me an album of photos, but our kids were grown and I saw photos from our daughter's wedding. She's 10 now. He was trying to prove we'd lived a good life and it was okay, but I woke up feeling very uneasy.
I had something very similar happen to me when I was 18, and was just thinking about posting it on the sub since I just discovered it a couple days ago. I had a dream that a friend of mine and I were driving to get food, and as we came around a curve a car almost hit us, and as it passed by it flipped over and rolled a couple times. In the dream I was telling him about a dream I had where the same thing happened. A few days later we were driving on the road and I started to tell him this dream, and you can guess what happened. Everything was exactly the way it was in my dream to the point of the car flipping and slowly rolling over. The thing that pissed me off the most was that the driver took off and was never caught. I'm still in shock. I want to start by saying that I've never done drugs, have no history of mental illness, and I wasn't drinking at around 7:30 a.m. when this happened, nor had I the night before. I take the bus in the morning, and I wait at a pretty large outdoor terminal. Lots of people walk their dogs and walk around it in the morning by where I normally stand. 2 days ago, I saw a tall guy walking a dog that was a golden retriever type. That's not unusual. He was wearing a gray sweater and khakis and was tan in complexion. I looked away for a second, and it was like he and the dog had both paused. Weird, I thought, until the exact same man, just with a yellow Labrador instead, came walking down the hill. The two of their profiles lined up in front of my eyes about 7 feet in front of me, and they became the same person, with a Labrador being the dog that won out. I wouldn't have believed this happened and would have chalked it up to me being tired or something if the girl sitting there with me hadn't exchanged shocked glances with me. I also saw him with a lab today. It's really trippy. Comments. I've never posted this on this sub, but I too saw something similar. I 100% believe you saw a glitch in the Matrix syncing up with itself and reloading. I was 15 going to my shift at the Moorestown Mall in New Jersey. I saw an old lady in a corny purple blazer with those 90s dots and zigzags in blue and yellow. Her twin walked swiftly behind her and they both stopped and bled into each other as they studied some mall flowers in those big cheesy pots. I think you genuinely saw a glitch.
My partner just glitched and it's freaking us out. Let me preface this by saying there has always been creepy shit happening around me, and I have several stories of my dad's old house which myself and my siblings all agree is haunted as hell. I also had my dead best friend visit me twice, which was nice. So this evening, my partner, 42 male, and I, 30 female, were upstairs sorting laundry, when his daughter, 17, called us downstairs as dinner was ready. I was heading down the stairs, my partner right behind me, literally 2 steps behind me. He did his usual thing of tickling the back of my neck as we walked. The bottom of our stairs is wooden, so you can hear when somebody steps onto it from the carpeted stairs. When we got to the bottom, my feet hit the floor as usual. I turned to ask him something and he wasn't there. He wasn't there. I totally froze for a second and looked up the stairs, and there he was. On the top step, pale and shaking. Asked him what just happened and he kept saying, I don't know, I was behind you, and before I hit the bottom, the next step took me back upstairs. We are very freaked out. Didn't say shit to our girl as she is already leery of this stuff, although he and I are somewhat used to it. I am trying to get the courage to leave my laptop recording audio overnight because there definitely is something weird happening. Edited to add. I was just talking to my partner about the jump while we were cleaning our bedroom, and the second he made a joke about spooks, a pop in our bedroom door and bathroom door just slammed shut one after the other. I'm chalking it up to our bedroom window being open a crack. I don't want to think of alternatives. I think I saw future me, and she saw me too. This happened yesterday, and it still makes me uncomfortable. I was at the train station, on my way back from work, when I saw a couple. What drew my attention was the fact that they were speaking my language, so I looked at them. The woman was built and looked exactly like me, and I don't have a very common appearance for the country I live in, but about a decade older, and the man was an aged carbon copy of my current boyfriend. But what really set my creepy radar off was the following: she had the tattoo I always wanted to get, exactly where I wanted to get it, and it's a very personal design only my best friend knows about, so not a common tattoo. He was speaking my native language with a very distinctive accent of his home country, which is similar but not the same as the way people from the country we live in speak my language. So, I looked at them when they were facing the other way, feeling extremely creeped out. It was then that the woman turned around and saw me, freezing instantly as if she had seen a ghost. Then I finally managed to look away and run towards the exit. I really feel like I'm going insane here. It was as if she/I remembered that exact moment, and knew exactly when and where to look for me. I didn't tell anyone because I don't want them to think I'm completely nuts. Edit, thank you all, I didn't think it would blow up like that. And most important, thank you for not suggesting that I'm crazy. Unfortunately, I'm not brave enough, but if I was, it would have been interesting to confront her.
Comments. Remind me in 10 years. Opie.
I don't know, maybe in 10 years, assuming Reddit still exists, I will be here ranting on how much I'm freaking out because I saw that weirdo of my 25 years old self while I was just minding my own business with my boyfriend. Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. Today we have another glitch in the Matrix compilation. Furniture moved instantaneously before my eyes. My partner and I were watching TV last night. We were in a spare bedroom that I have set up as my office. The couch is about 7 feet from the TV and there is a small electric heater that looks like an antique fireplace sitting under the TV, not turned on. I was sitting on the couch, one dog had her head on my lap, my partner was sitting on the floor leaning against the couch folding laundry, the other dog laying on the warm clothes. We are both actively watching TV, I wasn't on my phone or distracted, all of the sudden there's a loud bang, and simultaneously the fireplace appears about 2 feet in front of its starting position with the little glass door on the front open and its knob jammed into one of the empty laundry baskets. Note that the laundry basket didn't move at all. My partner screamed, the dog on the laundry ran across the room, the one on my lap jumped up, and I was reduced to silence and immense chills. We didn't sleep at all last night as we have been trying to figure out what happened. The little heater just basically teleported 2 feet forward right in front of our eyes. I looked for a cause of the bang, no electrical shorts to be found, heater still operates as normal, nothing fell or moved it by force. In messing with it, the heater cannot slide either. It is on thick carpet with feet that dig into the carpet, any attempt to get it to slide has resulted in it tipping over, which it didn't do. Also, I watched it, it didn't slide, it suddenly appeared in a new location. I'm baffled. I've never seen anything like this and we are still rather startled.
Comments. In similar stories, I've noticed the bang happens throughout. I wonder what that is like, the air slamming back together over the sudden absence of the object? So weird.
That's my thought. Usually it seems like this happens with small objects, like popcorn kernels or rings, whatever. Maybe larger objects are less likely to have this happen. It seems like the objects are somehow jumping forward or backward in time, like they fell through a wormhole. Would explain why people who lost something, like their wallet, inexplicably find it when they move into a new place. The object fell through a hole in time and ended up at a later point.
In theory, if an object suddenly wasn't there anymore, a pop would be heard as the air around it instantly rushed to fill the space. It's what makes the sound when a balloon is popped. My glitch death. I had just been sent home from a deployment with the army to be medically separated. My girlfriend's brother, now brother-in-law, had talked me into becoming a law enforcement officer, current profession. I wake up to my girlfriend climbing into bed kissing me saying, "You need to wake up and get ready for work." I do as she says and see she is asleep, so I quietly sneak out of the house to get myself a pack of cigarettes and an energy drink at the gas station near the house on my way to work. I park the truck, go inside, say hey to the cashier as I grab my drink, and put it on the counter. The cashier already knew what cigarettes to grab, and turned to grab them as two guys in their mid-20s come into the store. They had this energy and look in their eyes like football players mid-game. Being in uniform, I assumed I was safe and turned to the cashier. Before I could get a word out of my mouth to the cashier, it happened. There was a flash reflected in the lottery scratcher box, and a loud boom that instantly made my ears ring. I felt like I had just been punched in the lower back of my head, blood and teeth are flung onto the cashier and cigarette display. My body is pushed forward as I fall into the counter and onto the ground, feeling warm liquid on my face and coming out of my head. Before my body settled, everything went dark and silent. I wake up to my girlfriend getting into bed kissing me saying, "You need to get up and get ready for work." I do as she said, this time with a sense of déjà vu. She's asleep as I sneak out for work. I go to a different gas station and 8 months later, last month, I see one of the guys from the gas station in the booking area of the jail. I keep my composure because this is the first time I've ever actually seen him. Comments. Makes me wonder how many soldiers and law enforcement officers have stories similar to this, but are afraid to speak up. I've always thought that maybe the military is well aware of people reporting that they died and woke up in different circumstances, but they keep it hush-hush. Edit. I'm of course talking about the phenomenon commonly referred to as quantum immortality, where one experiences a shift in realities, usually as a result of them dying. There is a spectrum of experiences, with some people but remembering their death, with others remembering it vividly, and there's even some cases where people have seen things in between their death and waking up in their new reality. I didn't exist for an entire afternoon when I was 16. I stumbled across this sub today and I immediately thought of a story that my family and friends still talk about. This happened in 2009, when I was 16 years old. It was the first weekend of summer, and nobody was home when I woke up at around 11 a.m. I grabbed a snack and went down to the basement to watch TV. I had plans to hang out with a friend at 3 p.m. that day. Like I said before, I started watching TV at around 11, knowing I had 4 hours before I was supposed to head over to my friend's house. I had only been watching TV for about 30 minutes when my mom came down the stairs asking me where I'd been all day. I said, "What are you talking about? I've been awake for less than an hour?" I look at my watch and see that it's well past 5 in the afternoon. I run upstairs and check my phone to see that I have several missed calls from my friend and my mom. My mom's side of the story is what makes me nauseous when I think about this, even to this day. She was with my little brother at his baseball game from 1 to 3 that day. She and my brother were home when I supposedly woke up and went down to the basement, but neither of them have any memory of even seeing me that morning. When my mom got home at around 3, she checked the entire house for me, including the basement where I had been sitting on the couch watching TV. It's been 10 years and I still have no idea what happened on that day. It is by far the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me, and although I talk about it with my family like it's a funny little thing that happened, it genuinely chills me to my bones thinking about it. Mystery dinner guest. This happened to me a few years back when I was living overseas, and to this day, I've never found a logical explanation. I'd been talking to a friend and we agreed to have dinner at mine the following night. Knowing I'm a bad cook, he offered to pick up some takeout on his way. About 6 p.m. the next night, he called me to check I was okay with the local Chinese place. I was. Their food is amazing. As expected, he arrived about 45 minutes later and the evening was pretty uneventful. We ate, watched some Netflix, talked a lot about nothing much. A few hours later he went home. Now here's where shit gets weird. The morning after this, I get a message from him apologizing that he couldn't make it to dinner last night and seeing if I was free tonight instead. My first thought was that he'd double booked himself, bailed on the other person, and then accidentally messaged me his apology/reschedule message. I called him to let him know what he'd done, and to mock him if I'm completely honest. Cue both of our utter confusion when he explained that yes, he did call me at 6 the previous night, but it wasn't to check what food I wanted, it was to tell me he had a bad headache and was going to sleep it off. At this point I assume he's trying to prank me and I get a little pissed off. I went to my rubbish bin and took a photo of 2 takeout containers and even checked my bank account to confirm I hadn't purchased it myself, but now he thinks I had dinner with someone else instead and I'm pranking him to pay him back for not coming over. To avoid a full-blown argument, I just put it down to a weird glitch or me losing my sanity. As I said, the night was uneventful and he seemed completely normal. But if he was actually sleeping off a headache, then who the fuck did I have dinner with that night? Comments. You keep saying you don't want him to be mad at you and you don't want to piss him off. Why is he angry about any of it? If I were him, I'd want to help you figure out what's going on. Maybe he's having an issue with his memory and is upset or embarrassed by it, and trying to cover up his mistaken message to you? Did he pay cash for the food? The restaurant would have a record of the purchase, too. They could find it if you know the date and approximate time of the order. Anyway, usually people don't get upset or mad about things like this. That's suspicious.
I'm still shitting my pants over this. About 30 seconds ago I was sitting on the couch, as my dog walked by to go sit on her bed we have behind the L part of the sectional. She had something small caught in her throat last night, I think a popcorn shell, so I was paying attention to her breathing just to make sure she got it out. For a few minutes she was breathing fine, and then what sounded like a light snore started happening. This is semi-normal for her depending on what position she's laying in, so I didn't bother to go over and check on her. That went on for about 5 minutes, until the most disgusting and to my now realization, terrifying, snore cough wheezing sound started happening. I go over to her to make sure she's okay, and the exact moment I looked at her bed the sound stopped mid-breath and she wasn't there. She was outside with my parents, had been for around 30 minutes. There's no way to get out of the room without walking right past me. I don't know whose fucking dog I saw, and what was making that creepy ass sound 5 feet away from me, but I'm going to be staying outside for the rest of the day and hiring an exorcist.
Comments. Yes. I am a new dog/cat owner for the first time in my life, in my 30s. I have been doing some research on this because of similar experiences. What I found shocked me. Apparently we live our whole lives in what's effectively a hallucination. The time it takes for our senses to receive data, have it be interpreted by our brains, and formed into what we call reality, is a non-zero amount. Less than 1 second, but something like 0.1 to 0.4, I forget the exact amount. To keep us from living life with lag delay, our brain constantly streams a hallucination of what it supposed is about to happen in the next 1/10 of a second, letting us react to everything in real time. But if it's ever wrong with its predictions, we can experience hallucinations. I am convinced the times I felt the dog on the bed and he wasn't there I hallucinated her jumping on it, because I heard the footsteps and thoroughly expected her to jump up.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. In 2016 I died and am living in an alternate reality. Everyone is completely and horribly different and wrong. This is my first Reddit post, and I don't feel I have accurately conveyed how entirely different everyone around me became. I believe I am still riding through the lens of rationale that we all employ when reality ceases to make sense. To clarify before reading on, the changes in everyone in my life was instant. I just wasn't able to accept that I was suddenly dealing with total different personalities, so the way I describe the changes appears to be an evolution, but in hindsight, this was only slow comprehension on my behalf. My whole life I've always had tons of energy. I'm an artist, a dance performer, a fitness fanatic, I loved renovating my home, gardening, I've traveled a lot, I raised my daughter solo and managed to work, study, paint, keep fit, travel and raise her with love, joy, fun and with ease. I have had issues with anxiety and depression at times, but I managed it well enough to have a rich and full life. I had a huge community of friends and was loved and admired for my enthusiasm and tenacity. I loved and cared for everyone, and worked hard to keep a balanced and healthy home and social life. On a warm late morning in mid-2016, I was finishing off the final touches of my second vintage caravan that I had refurbished to sell. It was parked on the wide verge outside my home, and standing inside the caravan, leaning against the sink and talking to my partner Jim, who was standing closer to the door, when the world exploded. I didn't hear anything but I was instantaneously on the ground. Then, in slow motion, I was feeling my entire body being crushed and gouged by pieces of material that felt impossibly hard and sharp, like irregular swords. I felt one of these pieces cut through my ear and into the side of my skull. I was very aware that this hard, knife-like object was going to go through my skull and into my brain and kill me. And then it stopped, and I got up and walked out. Both Jim and I had survived. I had blood running down the side of my neck, and a very stiff, aching neck, but other than that, we both looked and felt fine. People came running over. Because of the blood and my neck pain, I was made to sit down. I remember my neighbor making a joke, and I was shocked at her insensitivity. Paramedics arrived and even though I was only in moderate pain, a medic administered fentanyl, then popped me in traction and ambulanced me to the hospital for x-rays, in order to make sure I didn't have any hairline fractures. I can only guess the medical response was so thorough. Despite my fair condition, because of the state of the caravan, a sick driver had fallen unconscious and come off the road, hitting us at 80 kilometers an hour. The caravan was a twisted and splintered mess of broken metal and wood. While I was in the hospital, Jim sent photos of the carnage. This is where I first saw how incredible the mess was. While waiting for my x-rays, I had chatted to a friend and told her she could borrow my car as it had looked fine when I saw it, waiting for the ambos, and I was going to be there all day, yet the photos showed that my car had actually been destroyed. The car that hit us had plowed through the caravan, then pushed past it and buckled a 5-meter wide steel gate. It knocked the top block of bricks so hard off a column, they flew across the driveway and into the yard and burst through both walls of the garden shed like a cannonball. When the insurance cleaners came to move it, the two big men were unable to lift it at all. After the wayward car had driven through Caravan 1, with us in it, the brick wall, and crumpled the gate, it had demolished our other caravan, and my car parked behind. They were also both mangled wrecks. My partner described having a more tricky time making his way out of the wreck, although his position had been nearer the door, but I'd gotten up without any obstruction and simply walked out, yet there was no floor on my side, it had fallen right through and was covered in wreckage. My initial thoughts were that the floor must have fallen through after we had walked out. But nope, there had been no further movement and the photos were taken soon afterward. After seeing Jim's post about the accident on Facebook, my dad rang him and asked if I was alive. Jim explained that I was okay but let him know which hospital I was in, that I wasn't seriously hurt as far as anyone knew, but that we could have been killed, and I was shaken. My dad said, "Okay, good," and hung up. Maybe a week after this happened, I finally called my dad and asked him why he hadn't called me, especially while I was in the hospital, and he laughed and sarcastically mocked too. I'm a middle-aged woman, but I still want my mommy and daddy. My dad had always had a bit of a dismissive side to him, but this shocked me. It was so nasty. In the weeks and months and years that followed, this first verbal slap marked the beginning of a whole new life, where I have no family, no friends, no energy, no joy. After this accident, things were happening constantly. Strangers were picking fights with me, and the people I knew and loved were falling away weekly. For example, here are some more painful and significant losses. My brother and his wife cut contact for no reason, and shortly after, although I had a close loving relationship with his daughter, my little niece, my brother banned me from seeing her even when she was with my mom. They've since had another daughter that I've never met. My parents, who aren't together and don't get along, inexplicably supported these decisions to cut me off. My mom also became wildly hostile, accusing me of funny looks. If I was calm, I was gaslighting her. If I was impatient, trying to defend myself, I was a bully, and she frequently would get angry and stop speaking to me until I called and groveled, asking for truce. Mom kept her cancer from me. When I found out, I insisted on caring for her. I was loving and patient, I bought her everything and I drove her everywhere, I helped in every way she needed, and the day she no longer needed my help, she stopped answering my calls and returned to spending all her time with my brother, who had never once called her during her cancer. My brother also talks to my parents and everyone, his wife, the very few friends he has, like shit. He is relentlessly belittling and sarcastic. Like Dad. I had a group of very close girlfriends, many I had known for decades. We all loved and cared for each other. They were my lifelines and confidants. They were good and kind people. But in rapid succession, one friend stopped talking to me for no reason. Another started telling me all of the things she found wrong with me so often. I once snapped at her in defense of hurt, and she promptly ended the friendship. A third stopped calling and canceled every catch-up we arranged, for 2 years, until I gave up. Another started picking fights and accusing me of outrageous lies until she told people I had assaulted her, complete bullshit, and tried very unsuccessfully to get a restraining order against me. Another friend married a man I had matchmade her with, but he turned on me at a party, inexplicably calling me a liar, and banned her from seeing me. Despite coming through for him after he asked me years before to help a guy out. Got any nice friends? A male friend of 25 years picked a fight with me and then sent me a long email accusing me of being a drug-addicted negligent mother, and accused me of trying to come on to him even though he was married. He tore shreds off of me about things that made no sense. It was brutal and entirely untrue. We never spoke again. A friend I did stay close with had confoundingly become a junkie. I had started studying as a mature age student, full-time fine art at university for 6 months before the accident, getting 80% to 90% plus grades. When I returned, I surprisingly started struggling and had to resume part-time. One day I asked the head of the art school a question and he had a full-blown screaming tantrum at me, spittle flying, hands waving. After asking a simple question, I turned white, had a panic attack and deferred my study to online. My dad seemed to be consistently unkind. The more I tried to connect and talk with him about how he was hurting me, the crueler he became. He told me to move on, no one is perfect. My therapist met with us both and suggested that I cut ties if I couldn't ignore his narcissistic abuse. I was now without family, I had lost almost all of my close friends, and I was studying at home. My daughter hit her teens and became withdrawn and cold. The energy that used to get me out and on my bike, to the gym, to the beach, all over the place, just went away and I didn't resurface like it normally would. I wasn't sleeping well and losing so many people plagued me. I was so hurt and profoundly confused. I suddenly had uterine prolapse, from your traumatic birth, doctor diagnosed. But my daughter was 15 now. I'd had no problems before. I developed fibromyalgia. My bursitis came back. My back pain returned. With no energy, I couldn't exercise. I was now at home, alone all of the time. My therapist started to intensely treat me for PTSD and depression and anxiety due to abandonment issues, but then one day he became very angry when I corrected his spelling. He accused me of trying to power trip him, and then banned me from ever returning. After 8 years of therapy with him, I was destroyed. Jim is still around, but he has also changed in ways that confuses me. He's much more motivated, less shy, but can also be insensitive and hurtful, unlike before. I started to get drugs from my friend the addict. It helped enormously to stop the daily torment of bewildered heartache, and unsurprisingly I also became a junkie. Now I was the addict I'd been accused of being years before. I would quit, start using again. I quit and started again maybe 5 or 6 times now. I've stopped painting. I've put on 20 kilograms, I'm still home alone all the time. I'm still doing uni study, but at a snail's pace. I no longer dance, and go to parties. I don't want to be around people. I'm terrified of seeing the friends I do still have, because no one is the same, and if I get too close, the assaults will come. I have felt lost, and like a stranger in a place where I don't belong. And now, I believe this isn't just a feeling. It's been 6 years since the accident and every aspect of my life has changed. I have constantly felt that everything was different directly after this accident, and now that I have discovered quantum immortality, I am almost 100% positive that I have stepped into another plane. Nothing is as it was. I have noticed much of the Mandela effect phenomenon, but the changes I've personally experienced are much more extreme than the regular Mandela effects. I've ended up in a life where everyone is more combative, and people are ruthlessly unkind. The changes are so awful and endless. Sorry for the long post. I also apologize as this is a dark and miserable story, but this is my reality now. If anyone is concerned, I am of no risk to myself or others. Note, there are unexplored aspects to this story, like my perception of no crash site when I walked out of the wreckage. Comments. Each and every time, 3 and counting, I should have died in a car wreck, always a glitch somehow placing me somewhere unscathed. Since the last time, I've been met with hostility. I know I'm on another plane, due to glitches and the Mandela effect. I used to be outgoing as well, with tons of friends. I have no family now either except my husband, who's changed and kinda cheated on me. My friends become so easily triggered, I keep them at arm's length. I have been having health issues as well, just recently had surgery for cancer removal. I don't use drugs, as they terrify me. I also have 2 daughters, I do smoke cigarettes and drink a lot of caffeine. Okay, now that I can show you how I relate, This is where I see the good, despite my depression and general nihilism. My spirituality has cranked from 0 to 100. Where I used to study spirituality in theory only, I have experienced it in practice. My physical energy is low, but during a meditation state, my entire consciousness is full-blown awesome. Due to having this awareness, material things are so mundane, boring. I still have to do them, but this phase of isolation and unpopularity has made me aware that I have changed. Not the people around me. And I like it because I can see through their facade, which every single person on this planet has. And I let it go. It hurt at first, sure, but think of this as a gift to explore mental journeys, and to reach inward. There is so much about myself that I didn't know about before all of this happened to me. My paintings and art has become boring and uninteresting, but there is a reason. When the physical world kicks you out, it's time to journey on the inside. Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
I feel I was shot and killed about 47 years ago. Long story short, was taken to an isolated Georgia woods. I think I was killed by a shotgun blast, but jumped to a different dimension. The story starts with me at the age of 18 and I've recently joined the US Navy. Went through boot camp and progressed to training for my job in Brunswick, Georgia Naval Air Station, where the Navy trained its air traffic controllers. I was a shy boy with few to no friends, staying to myself. When school was almost over, 22 weeks ATC and then 13 weeks of GCRA, a fellow student asked if I'd like to go shooting in the Georgia countryside. Being a young inexperienced kid from the farms of Indiana, I thought, sure, something to do. We went to the base armory where anyone can check out shotguns for hunting. I didn't even know that existed. I knew nothing to say the least. So after that we drove in his car and he was talking about how he and friends would go to their hometown dump to shot rats. He came off as a somewhat violent person whom I'd not really attached to. But I was there and was just looking to use up a boring day off. He drove way out into the country, eventually coming to a field, a two-rut road if you could call it a road, then over planks crossing a tiny ditch. I asked how in the hell he found this place. He really didn't reply. He was becoming quiet and continued to drive. We'd been in an open field area and he stopped at a wooded area. He still hadn't said a word as he unloaded the shotgun, loaded it, and I followed as he went into the woods. He was looking straight ahead, not at me, paced around as I mentioned how dense the wooded area was. At home I'd often been in the woods on hikes but never seen such dense thickets. He still didn't talk. That was around my age of 18, I'm now 65, and it was only a few years ago that I seemed to flash back to the day with the strong sense of realization that he wanted to shoot me, that maybe he did shot me. The exact moment I had the sensation years later, I was looking at him. He was standing staring with the left side of his head towards as if he is in deep concentration, holding the shotgun downward. Once in the woods, the entire episode took barely 5 minutes. Well, as I remember it, at this point in my memory there seems to a fuzzy mental component for me. I remember looking at the side of his head while he was seeming to be thinking, and he said nothing and turned to go back to the car without saying a word. But there is a fuzzy moment where I feel he did shoot me. This is after all these years have passed. But the memory is of me asking why we were leaving so soon without a shot. Following him to the car, and I cannot remember the ride back. In my memory that is how it happened, but now there is a sick feeling at the fuzzy point that he shot and killed me. A feeling I never had until the last few years. I have no proof, no evidence, didn't even bother me as unusual until a few years ago. Why after all those years would this come back and feel so different than when it happened? As I recollect that one moment with he staring off, not looking at me, but at the ground, and I see me looking at him, and this new fuzzy point, it's too eerie.
Comments. That is bizarre. Because the only other explanation would be that you and this weird creepy guy drove for a long time to take a 5-minute walk to nowhere, right? Then you both left? Did you ever Google this guy to see where he is in life, if still alive? He could be in prison for all you know. To me, it does sound like he murdered you, then you switched realities. Perhaps you recently dissolved some subconscious blockages or has an awakening of some sort that triggered you to remember the alternative timeline where you die. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're here, OP.
He had a plan, that I'm certain of, or I feel certain of it. Then he had to make a personal decision. Did he have the courage? Did he somehow feel connected to me on the drive through Georgia? That his original reason, albeit we really didn't know each other and he made assumptions about me that turned out false? I can't remember his name at all. After the episode we never spoke again. I did do a search for news reports of that year, in that town, of an unsolved murder, location in the woods. But that was pre-internet, so maybe it wouldn't be online. If my new thought is real, then yes, I had some sort of awakening, something triggered it. But now I get a chill when thinking about it. Switch in the Matrix? Okay, so major weird event. I've been living in my current place for less than 2 years now. It's a rented room in a shares flat. I only share it with another guy, a friend of mine, and used to share it until 2 weeks ago with his cat as well, who sadly passed away. The thing is, the light switch for my room was located outside my room, next to the door. I remember telling my friend about how annoying it was and how it was weird that there was not another inside the room. Like, okay, one outside it's acceptable only if you put another inside, but the bathroom and the kitchen work the same way, just light switches outside those rooms, none to be found inside. So as uncomfortable as it felt, it wasn't the only room working like that in the flat. I specifically had to add a couple of lamps inside my room in case I wanted to have light without opening the door, just in case I wanted privacy, you know. So guess who's inside my room, looking at me like if I was an absolute imbecile? Yes. That's right. The light switch. And there is not an extra one, no. The one outside my room next to the door has completely vanished. It's as if it just moved inside. I'm here sitting dumbfounded, starting to doubt my sanity. What if I've been hallucinating for almost 2 years? But it cannot be, because I remember talking explicitly about this with my friend more than once and establishing the whole 2 lamps business because of it. I have no words. Something feels terribly off. Like it didn't frighten me or left me extremely distraught, but just this feeling of low blood pressure, like in the general feeling of everything around my house right now. Have been checking all the switches, and have left and entered the place a couple of times as well. Maybe somehow I've been mistaken all this time, but that sounds just more crazy than a glitch. Would love to know what you think about this. Comments. I believe it. I knew a friend who had a very odd name. I thought it was the coolest because of the visual balance. I even took a picture of his driver's license because it was sweet. 2 weeks later he started a job and sent me a pic of his new ID badge. It was not the same name. I responded with, "Man, they really screwed your name up." Well, I went back to my pic and it was changed. There was no way in hell I would have read it wrong because it was originally balanced and amazing. His name changed. So yeah. I believe your light switch is moved. Your roomie might not even realize if it didn't bother him as much as you.
I lost my diamond ring in California and found it in the basement of my Virginia home, years later. When I was a young teenager, my parents gave me a beautiful white gold ring with 3 diamonds. It was very special to me and I took really good care of it. When I was 16, my parents had divorced. I was struggling in school, socially, and was too much for my mom and her new husband to handle, so they sent me to live with my grandmother in California. My grandmother had lived in this home my entire life. My family had moved around a lot, so my grandma's house was the most consistent home I'd had. My grandma paid a lovely woman named Mary to come and clean the house on Tuesdays, as she had for the last 35 years. Mary had always been close to the family. We called her Aunt Mary growing up. The room I was staying in at my grandma's was a typical guest room. She had decorated it with lighthouses and this garish ceramic vase in a bowl, on my nightstand. I took to keeping my ring in the bowl when I wasn't wearing it, so I wouldn't lose it. One day I had left the ring and the bowl in the room while I went out. It was hot that day and my fingers were swelled and it was too tight to be comfortable. The next day I went to put it back on, as the swelling had gone down, and the ring wasn't in the bowl. I panicked, searched my whole room, searched the bathroom, kitchen, everywhere. It wasn't in the house. I was devastated. Part of me wondered if Mary had accidentally got it caught in a rag while dusting the bowl in my room. I felt terrible for even thinking that, but I had no other idea where it could have gone. Fast forward to about 4 months later. I was too much of a handful for my grandma to keep up with, so I moved back to Virginia to live with my mom, sister and stepdad. The house we lived in had a basement that was full of boxes. All the stuff we had moved to Virginia with when I was a kid, never really got unpacked. The basement had flooded and we had a mouse problem for a little bit. Needless to say, a lot of stuff got ruined. 3 years after I moved back home, I was 19 at the time, my mom, sister and stepdad were cleaning out the basement, finally getting rid of years of ruined stuff. It was gross, we were wearing gloves and masks and it was still gross. In the back corner of the basement, at the bottom of a stack of 4 boxes that hadn't been touched in nearly 10 years, in the very bottom of the last box I found my diamond ring. I held it up and said no freaking way, showing it to my mom and sister. They both knew it had gone missing in California. None of us could believe it, we couldn't imagine how it got there. Looking back now, over 10 years since I found it, I still have no idea how it got there. But I still have it, and it's not going anywhere again.
Comments. I had a ring once that I purchased on vacation in Greece. I live in England. It was a unique one-of-a-kind design, and I used to wear it all the time. Then one day I noticed it was just missing from my finger and I had no idea how I could have lost it, since I hadn't even left my house and it had been on my finger earlier that day. I figured it'd show up someplace around the house. 3 weeks later I was walking down the street and I noticed my ring, laying smack bang in the middle of the pavement in front of me, half a mile away from my house. It still confuses me to this day, there's just no explanation of how it got there, and it was so unique it's not like it could have been another one the same that I just happened to come across.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
The time I ended up in a town that doesn't exist. Back in the summer of 2011, I was 19 and had relocated my living situation for a few weeks while I was in between apartments, long story on its own. Due to my relocation, I was pretty far from my work and I'd have to drive about an hour south on the Highway 45. At the time I worked in Spring, Texas, and could get away with a lot of stuff because we were too short-staffed and I was one of the more experienced on our night crew. On my first shift having to drive to work from this new area, I ended up getting a bit turned around and lost. I was driving on what I thought had been the highway, but after a bend it suddenly transitioned into a single-lane road and then further down transitioned to just a dirt road. Ever since it stopped being a highway, there were no areas to turn off. I left my place at around 7 p.m. to arrive at work by 8 p.m. for my shift. This happened around the midway point of the distance, so even though I didn't check the time when it happened, it'd be a fair estimate to say the sudden change in environment happened at approximately 7:30 p.m. Thinking this was really strange, as I'd been up and down 45 a million times and never saw something like this, I figured I would just drive until I reached a rest stop or something to check my location on GPS and turn around at. It got to be a little uneasy when I went a full 20 minutes without a single spot to stop at or turn into, and without seeing a single other car. I saw a bridge coming up and thought, okay, surely there'll be somewhere to turn around up wherever this bridge leads. Then I saw it. You are now entering Atascosa. At this point, I was already going to be super late for work no matter what and figured I'd just send my boss a text and all would be fine. No signal. Figuring what the hell, I'm gonna get in trouble anyway, may as well check out this place for a few minutes and see where I ended up. It was very unsettling. The town looked like it had to have been abandoned for decades. Buildings all around looking to be falling apart and in terrible disrepair. Not a single building had a light on and there were no cars or people anywhere in sight. The roads were a mix of some dirt roads and some normal roads in varying states of disrepair. Hell, I didn't even see animals anywhere as I drove through. I could tell as I drove that this town was essentially an island. Every direction seemed to have a beach and a bridge that connected it to land, at least from what I was able to see as I drove around a higher elevated area. After about a half-hour driving around, unable to find any signs of life, I managed to find my way back to the bridge I came in on, and got the hell out of there. When I got to work about 2 hours late, my boss called me back into his office to have a chat. I'd been working there since I was 16 and have never been so much as a single minute late, so he was willing to hear me out. I told him the honest truth of what happened, and he seemed increasingly concerned as my story went on. He and another co-worker looked on a map out of curiosity, since they'd never known of any abandoned towns in the area, and found some place called Atascocita and assumed I'd misread the sign, but when they opened the Google Street View, Atascocita was nothing like the town I'd seen. The only thing they had in common was a sort of similar name and one bridge that connected it from across a lake, but the town I was in was surrounded by water and had bridges connecting it on each end. I'm only in contact with one coworker who was at work that day, and he's convinced I somehow got a bustling old-style town like Atascocita somehow confused with a long-abandoned ghost town even though they had nothing in common, just because we couldn't find any Atascosa on the map. 2 years after, when I went back to live in spring for a little while, I did try finding Atascosa again. This time with the intent of filming while there to prove it existed, but alas, no matter how much I retraced my steps I was never able to find that strange empty path to the bridge again. As a little end note, I'm typically not super comfortable sharing this story with many people because for obvious reasons, lots of people would probably think I'm crazy because I'm adamant I was in a town that no one can seemingly find any evidence of ever having existed. From the few people who I have told over the years, I've gotten answers like slipping somewhere in time, that I entered some kind of spirit world or something, that I slipped into an alternate reality, and the most common was that I fell asleep on the highway, though, while that last one certainly sounds the most grounded on the surface, for those who have driven on 45, I'd have 100% died if I had fallen asleep at the wheel in the late evening, early night on that highway. Accidents are common there even among totally alert drivers. I'm not sure what to make of it all. As unsettling as the event itself was, the retracing my steps later and not being able to find any trace of it was even more so. Honestly, if I ever ended up back there somehow someday, I'd film the whole thing. Cross-species crossover to a parallel world. I have never heard of anyone having a similar experience to this, and I am glad this is anonymous as I am a science and reason kind of person. Not to say I haven't shared this before with good friends, but as I said, I've never heard of anyone else having this kind of experience, so I am really interested to hear about anyone who may have had something similar happen to them. About 30 years ago I was a young college student heading back to college after break, in an overnight bus. I was about 19, didn't drink or do drugs, had no history of mental illness, and was reading a book, when seamlessly, I wasn't in the bus anymore. I was swimming around a rock formation which I knew was part of my hunting territory, and I was chasing a fish, which I caught in my mouth and could feel the bones crunching between my teeth and it wriggling against my whiskers. I was totally at ease, was fast and agile and could feel the drag of the water, like the pull of a current, as I moved effortlessly through it. I knew my body, and where I was going and what I was doing, and there was no alarm whatsoever that anything was amiss, i.e. that I was really a 19-year-old on a bus. The whole experience couldn't have lasted longer than about 30 seconds or so, then just as seamlessly I was once again back on the bus. I remember sitting there for a second, staring at the page of my book before the WTF just happened reaction kicked in and I had a bit of a mental freak out. The thought that crashed in was sea otter, but at the time I thought otters were freshwater animals, so I wondered about it. Pre-internet, didn't think to check because I thought I knew. Then a few years later I saw a documentary about sea otters and I knew then, that was what I had been for that brief moment in time. I know it's impossible, but it happened to me and surely I can't be the only one. Has anyone ever heard of something like this, or had it happen to you? Yes. Many years ago I was sitting in a small boat, fishing, in a quiet cove at a lake. It was breezy and small waves were lapping the shore, making the water near the shore dirty with mud. Suddenly I was underwater, slowly swimming through the cloudy water by the shore. I was a fish looking for something to eat. I could feel the water and its temperature all over me and on my face as I slowly swam along hunting. Then I was back sitting in the boat fishing again. The whole vivid experience probably didn't even last 5 seconds. My sense was that my consciousness had projected and briefly inhabited a base. At the time I remembered a book I had read, The Other by Thomas Tryon, 1971. In that book a boy is taught by his grandmother to imagine being an animal. The boy experiences what it is like to be the animal he imagines. I felt like my experience was exactly like what the boy in the book did on purpose. It also sounds like what you did on the bus.
Time skip back in high school. This happened about 10 years ago when I was a senior in high school, but I occasionally think about it sometimes. So I was that person who was always early to every class. I didn't even talk to people in the hallways and kept everything on me, so I never had to stop at my locker. We had an 8-minute period to get to our next class. Going from my one class to the next for this story was only 3 rooms down. So it took like 15 seconds to get there. Everybody was standing in the hall and it was crowded and loud as usual. I open up the door to walk into my class and notice everybody is already there and my teacher is just staring at me. Then she asks if I have my excuse. I was very confused and asked why I needed one, only for her to point out that the period was halfway over. I looked at the door for a second and saw that the hall was completely empty and that the clock did indicate that I was 20 minutes late. I apologized for not having one and just sat down and went through everything in my head for the rest of the day. I have no idea what happened or how I seemingly jumped forward in time in an instant. I didn't get in trouble for it, probably for my good reputation and always being early otherwise. But I still ended up crying about it. I don't think I'll ever be able to come up with a reasonable explanation for that incident. Comments. This sounds very similar to what happens to me when I have a seizure. I have temporal lobe seizures and it causes extreme lapses in my memory. The last time it happened, I knew it was coming because it's usually preceded with a migraine, anxiety, difficulty speaking, weird emotions, etc. It's just an odd aura that feels like I'm not really there but also having a super bad migraine. So I told my boss I needed to leave right now so I could get home before it happened and I wouldn't have to drive. Well, I remember getting in my car and pulling out of the parking lot, then all of a sudden I was parked at home. Don't remember anything from the 20-minute drive, putting in the gate code, nothing. It was as if I teleported there. And I was terrified, anxious, and felt very out of sorts. And crying hysterically, of course, because having one always makes me cry for some reason. If it's happened to you since or you have regular really bad migraines that are difficult to treat, you should definitely bring it up to your doctor. Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. I think I died in early July. Do you guys know the whole theory about how when people die in one timeline, they shift into another? I think that may have happened to me. Back in early July of this year, my family, mother 45, father 54, me 19, brother 16, sister 13, were going on a road trip to Montana to visit our grandparents. Prior to the trip, I had a horrible feeling about going. I kept having flashes of car accidents in my head, and I was sure that we were going to get in one if we left. It was so strange, because I have a pretty severe anxiety disorder, but this didn't feel like my anxiety at all, and I never have anxiety about road trips, I love them. So we left Saturday of that week. I had told my parents I had a bad feeling about driving up there, but they dismissed me as being anxious, but I had never felt so certain about something in my life. Getting into that car felt like signing my death sentence. So we get about 6 hours in, and at this point, I start to think I was being ridiculous, and a wave of calmness just washes over me. This is where shit gets strange. My dad passes an underpass and everything just shifts. I feel like I saw everything in slow motion for a whole 4 or so minutes. My parents were joking beforehand, but their faces moved so slowly, and then the light in the car started to shift. This was the scary part because I thought I must have been going insane. For a few seconds, there was a huge illumination of light into our car, and I looked at my family, and could not tell who they were or what they meant to me. And then it's like everything just came back. The light shifted back, and I knew who everyone was, but it felt like something imperceptible had changed. I closed my eyes and tried to make sense of the past few minutes, and when I reached back to remember, I saw blood, our car and another minivan in shambles on the side of the highway right beyond the underpass, and mangled bodies. I remembered sensations I should not have known, what spattered brain matter looks like, the smell of something burning, the way I couldn't breathe. But this never happened? Yet I remember that the car in front of us had switched lanes even though there was a truck in front of us, realized it at the last second, and hit us with a lateral impact. I have no history of psychosis, and I have never been in any sort of car accident. This wasn't PTSD, and I have never had anxiety over being in the car in any sort of way prior to this. And maybe I could have just brushed it off, but I still think about it when I'm driving in my own car. And it's made me a more cautious driver. I don't know what happened, it was just a weird situation, and I remember having the distinct feeling in that moment that I had died in some sense. I am not a spiritually sensitive person by any means, I am a scientist at heart, but this truly was something I cannot explain. And I fully accept that I might be reading too much into this, and for some reason, I imagined an event that never happened, but I thought I would share anyway.
Comments. I had something similar happen. Except I got hit by a car on my bicycle in 2011. A drunk driver ran a red light and T-boned me, bike folded in half, split my head open, ripped part of my ear off, and melted my nylon jacket through my hoodie into my skin from sliding on the pavement. I woke up and remember thinking it was all a hazy dream and trying to walk off when the paramedics told me I had to get in the ambulance. I guess I told them I didn't have insurance and wanted to walk home. They filled me in on the fact I had been unconscious for almost 45 minutes and I lost a lot of blood and was lucky to be alive. Since then I can't piece back together the wreck, or anything that happened. It's all just a plain black thought after a certain recap. My friend had received a text from me what would be 10 minutes before the wreck. I thanked him for hanging out with me and told him I was almost home safe less than a mile to go. Since all of this happened I haven't felt right, I feel like I really died that night. It's hard to explain, but sometimes I feel like I can hear people trying to wake me up still. I will say that since all of that happened, my life has shifted gears and I'm in a way better place than I ever had been. Maybe this doesn't relate to your glitch at all, but at least you aren't the only person experiencing weird death sequences. Mine was just a little more physical than mental.
That is so scary, I'm glad you are okay. And yes, that's definitely way more physical than I had. And I've had a near-death experience once with a near drowning, and I felt similar to what you are describing. I definitely felt like a new person coming out of that, and like a part of me died that day. Reality is such a weird thing.
Reading your posts made me think of a time when I was a kid and nearly drowned. I was at the local swimming pool, it was hectic busy, I was trying to swim as far as I could underwater, but when I tried to come up for air there was something on the surface that was blocking me. I got more and more stressed and right when I thought oh my god, I'm going to die. I found the edge and came up gulping. The reason why your post made me think of that experience was for about a year or two after I kept having these dreams or thoughts that I was actually in a coma and my mom and dad were sitting next to me, holding my hand, praying for me to wake up. I'd feel like I had to make a decision to force myself to wake up or stay here forever. I even remember telling my friends about it, saying things like what if this world isn't real and we're in a coma somewhere else? After a while I guess the thoughts, feelings dissipated. I haven't thought about that experience for like 10 years. Might explain why I'm so curious in following subs like this one. I fell off a balcony and came to in a hospital, also rolled my truck down a highway, and took an ambulance ride for OxyContin overdose. All 3 times I'm beyond lucky to have survived. And I've recently started to think that maybe I didn't in the timeline I was in at time of accidents. Reason I bring this up though, is I often when laying in bed think people are trying to wake me up or get me to come out of an unconscious state. It feels so real and it is like I'm too scared for that to be a reality, so I just stay here in this one. I definitely died that day. First time posting, long time fan. I'm 40 years old and this happened when I was about 29. A little backstory, I walked everywhere I needed to go. I lived in a small town which made that easy to do. I walked the same way to the same places every day. One day I was heading to work and I stepped out from between 2 cars to cross the street. I was immediately struck and killed by a white Escalade. I felt the air pocket and then the sudden acceleration of my body. The person didn't even have time to hit their brakes. The next second I was standing on the sidewalk unscathed, and whole. I nearly fell to the ground in shock. I saw and felt my death. And got a 5-second reset.
Comments. I also died in a car accident once. Probably one of the worst feelings ever. My husband was driving and I was front passenger. Just us in the car on the highway. As we were going the weather changed from clear and sunny to dark and cloudy. I knew it wasn't right. I could see both environments at the same time and just didn't know what was happening. Then it started snowing. Lots, like blizzard lots. I could still see the clear sky also but it was getting really hard to see. I just sat there mostly in awe of this phenomenon. We were approaching a town and there was a road joining the highway on the right, my side of the car. By now it was snowing so hard I could hardly see but I was fully aware it wasn't actually snowing at all. I could see a white car coming down the road, headlights and all. Then it all just happened so fast. We went through the intersection, and the car I could see that wasn't real, slammed into my side of the car, and I was thrown into my husband. I felt myself die at that moment. When the car hit us, I closed my eyes, and just after I hit my husband, I opened them and looked at him. I was in total shock. He asked what was wrong, what happened, as I had hit him and was pasty white. He said I looked like something serious had just happened, and all I could say was I had just died. I tried to explain it as I'm looking around at the clear blue sky, looking behind us at the intersection, everywhere. I couldn't believe what had just happened, but I can still see it and feel it to this day.
I had a similar experience. Was crossing the road outside school and was absolutely hit by a car. I remember them accelerating into me. It was a busy road at school start, end time, and near a big airport. The school was on the main route to the airport from our town, and most people worked there, so we had multiple hit and runs of assholes making like they were slowing down, then accelerating into students because they were pissed off that they were being held up at the crossings. There was no chance it didn't hit me. I'm pretty sure the car was a silver Peugeot. I am then missing about 10 seconds of memory. I remember stepping out, then nothing. Then I'm a good way up the street chatting mid-conversation to a girl I know went to my school but had never talked to before. I spoke to my mom about it and she was just totally chill and said my great-grandma had saved me.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
3 stories from our viewers. We start today's video with 3 stories from our viewers. Thanks for sharing your stories. Stephen John commented, "Makes me feel better about a castle I saw disappear, and my friend with me saw it too." Emanuele Tarigrassa replied, "Oh my god, where? Please explain, give details." Stephen John, "Working away from home refurbishing rides during school halls at Alton Towers. Staying in pub digs with a mate at the bottom of the winding country road just down from the theme park. We would come out of our digs and wind up the hill towards the castle, which was on the right, and always pull into a lay-by on the left to finish coffees before turning in for work. One morning at the start of the contract it was frosty, and from the car in the lay-by we noticed a fairy tale-like castle sitting on a small hill off in the fields on the left. We sat in the car, commented on the castle's beauty, the ice made it sparkle. We discussed what kind of people would live in such an amazing place. The next day in the same lay-by there was no castle. We got out and checked the lay-by, it was the same place. We asked people and they said the only castle was the one in Alton Towers, not the one we saw. We drove back to the digs and retraced our tracks. We spent 4 hours driving around looking and asking about the castle. We checked the lay-by again to make sure. If I had been alone I would have put it down to human error, one of those things. 30 years later it still perplexes my friend and I. Wow. World sure is a mysterious place. I haven't had quite that experience, but I've had my share as well. I try to rationalize my experiences using Occam's razor, etc., but after a while the ridiculous has to be accepted when the rational is more ridiculous than the ridiculous. Thank you for sharing your story."
Anuprita Potnis commented, "I had a dream in which I was crossing a railway track. The train was speeding towards me and I could easily see my death. I woke up, sweating. It was 5. So I had to get up and get for my college. I rushed towards the station to board the train, in a hurry. I did not notice an on-test train coming at a high speed, but something intuitionally told me to look at the opposite direction. I saw the train, and this way I avoided the very bad accident."
God commented, "In 1999 I was hit by a truck and I should have died. I blacked out when the truck drove into me and woke up on the other side of the truck unharmed. I was 13. I have recognized all Mandela effects since 2016. Encounter with a telepathic asshole? I've been trying to explore my philosophical, spiritual side for the past couple months. But ever since then weird shit keeps happening to me, what you might call glitches or synchronicities. It became so overwhelming I seriously thought I was self-inducing mania, hypnosis, hallucinations. To combat this I have tried to develop a stronger attention to what I do and think. For example, how my train of thoughts, actions and memories may have overlapped to result in a cognitive bias error, as well as any scientific and logical explanations. And 99% of the time this is usually where the ruminations of glitches end up. But what happened defied everything I can think of. I was in the city center on my way home, and saw a mature couple as they were leaving a bar. As I walked past, I heard the waitress bid them a farewell in Dutch, but the guy mocked her voice and what she said to his girlfriend. From behind I heard them all laugh, and the couple walked, continuing their conversation. It was obviously nothing to worry about, but I thought to myself, that wasn't very nice, as if I would ever have the balls to say something so weak and reactionary about a non-issue to a confident guy in front of his girlfriend. All of a sudden their conversation cut short. About 5 seconds later he said out loud in English, despite just speaking Dutch, "What do you mean that wasn't nice?" I thought it was, yet another, funny coincidence, and so as if I was continuing the conversation, I thought, it just wasn't. There was a few seconds of pause and as if on cue he said, even louder, "Tell me how that wasn't nice." Please keep in mind, I live in the Netherlands. Most Dutchies interject English while speaking Dutch, but this was different. He was having a full-on conversation with me. By this point I was in disbelief. My instincts told me to slowly and calmly look back with one eye just to make sure he was talking to his girlfriend and not reading my thoughts. And when I turned around I was horrified. He and his girlfriend were looking straight at me, smiling, as if they knew I was going to look. I slowly turned back around and kept walking, pretending like nothing happened. I was growing anxious and so I took a deep, slow and silent breath to calm down. I kept breathing in and out slowly, convincing myself I was just imagining things when he said, "Exactly. You won't tell me," and then started laughing. I have no clue how to explain this. Maybe he just had a string of lucky guesses to just say out loud what I just happened to be thinking. Either way, this wasn't normal.
Comments. I think such things are possible because for about 3 years for some unknown reason my daughter and I seemed able to do this, pick up stray thoughts someone is about to voice, or wanted to. Then it just evaporated as mysteriously as it came for both of us at the same time. It doesn't seem that uncommon, a lot of my coworkers used to notice such things amongst themselves. Edit, we also seem to pick up other people's emotions and feel them as our own. Fortunately that also stopped. It was really wearing. Next time any of us runs into an asshole like Opie's, rickroll him, her. Just start screaming the lyrics in your mind or imagine Rick Astley is right there in your head on a video loop. I can't stand people who are mean to others just for the sake of being cruel. They deserve to have whatever mess I've got in my head at any moment. And good luck sorting through that, because I've got severe ADHD. My thoughts are like squirrels on zoomies.
Guys, I am 100% certain of this, there are definitely people who can hear or read your thoughts. I have a friend, Finnish ancestry, who absolutely indisputably knew something I know that no one knows nor could ever guess. He mentioned it to me in passing. Later on, at home, I became furious and screamed at him in my mind to stay the F out of my head. He specifically spoke of it next time I saw him. He says lots of Finns have this trait. Perhaps it has to do with the population being relatively isolated for a long time and certain traits being genetically reinforced. Or not, I don't know. Anyway, and here I'm referring to everyone, not just Finns. I have no idea what percentage of the general population it is, but it's at least some people, and you know they're damn sure not going to tell the rest of us. Teleported while driving. About a year ago my friend and I were driving to this restaurant that we frequently hit up. We'd been there many times before, so we were very familiar with the route to get there and back. It was about a 15-minute drive, with most of it being a straight shot on the freeway. After we finished eating, we started driving back to my place. To reiterate, we'd taken this route numerous times. We'd been driving for about 2 minutes and had just gotten on the highway. I looked down at my phone for literally a minute, and when I looked back up we were suddenly in a very different part of the neighborhood. We weren't even on the highway anymore. The street we found ourselves on wasn't on our usual route, it was out of the way. There's no way we should have been there while driving back to my place. At first I thought it was just me, but then my friend says, "Huh? Why are we here?" He confirmed that something very strange had just happened. I looked at the map on my phone and we were actually pretty close to my apartment, just heading away from it. We got back to my place and haven't really talked about it since. I have no idea what happened. Edit, sorry, I forgot to add that it was my friend who was driving. Teleportation and maybe time travel. I remember this vividly and have evidence to prove it wasn't a dream. I got up one morning and completed my daily morning routine. While I was sitting eating my breakfast it started to rain. I remember thinking this was annoying. I had to walk into town because I couldn't get my car past the roadworks being done outside. So when I was ready to leave, I put on a jacket and grabbed an umbrella to head into town. I made my way to the dog park that was on the way, and cut through, as this is a shortcut to town. I remember having muddy feet and I was wet despite wearing my jacket, as the weather was very bad. As I was walking through the park, I stepped into a puddle that was deeper than I thought. I started to fall into the puddle, then I saw blackness, and all of a sudden I was back in my kitchen making breakfast. The time on the clock went back to what it was when I was making breakfast earlier. The scary thing comes next. I was in my jacket and my boots were muddy and made a mess on the floor. My evidence this actually happened: I didn't have my umbrella. I never seen my umbrella again. I had to clean up all the mud in the kitchen and dry out my clothing. I have no idea what happened or why, but it feels strange. This happened a few years ago and I finally worked up my courage to share. If you have a logical explanation, please let me know, as I have been terrified to ask anyone in case they think I'm crazy.
Comments. This is awesome. Okay, I've read somewhere that when atoms of one object align perfectly against atoms of another object, they can go through each other. If you follow anything about what they do at cyclotrons about particles popping in and out of existence, shouldn't happen, then I think even the logic-minded can assume there is more than meets the eye. I've had objects disappear and reappear in weird places. People have shared their stories of this happening to them too. Mental illness, sleep deprivation, carbon monoxide aside, I think there is more than we understand. Quantum tunneling is an interesting concept. If objects can go through each other and particles can blip in and out, who isn't to say water or mirrors aren't some conduit to our ability to hop timelines if everything is lined up just so? Perhaps you died. Take note of irregularities in this timeline. There are people who claim to dimension jump through mirrors or through near-death experiences. Something happened with, or near that puddle. Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. He thinks we both died. I'd like to preface this by saying my husband is an electrical engineer and I'm a teacher. We're not crazy people. So, back when my husband and I were dating, my husband was in a terrible car crash. His truck hit black ice and he slid into oncoming traffic. His truck was completely totaled. So was the other truck he hit. The weird thing is though, both he and the other guy were completely fine. Not a scratch on them, all my husband had was a bruise on his knee. The first responders were baffled, as was the towing company and insurance when they realized no one had died or was severely injured. Fast forward to a few days after the crash, my husband comes over to my apartment. We're having a conversation about a university class we're both in and he casually asks when I got the flat screen TV sitting on my dresser. At this point I'm very confused because I've had the little flat screen since I was 13 and had had it the entire year and a bit we'd been dating. I asked him what he's talking about as I've always had that TV. He told me to quit pulling his leg and asked me what I did with the old tube TV. I had no idea what he was talking about and told him so. He's convinced I had a tube TV. I proceed to get on Facebook and showed him a picture we had taken 2 weeks prior with the TV in the background. It's a flat screen in the picture. My husband goes white like he's seen a ghost and just stares into space for a minute. His eyes started to water. I asked him what's wrong and he said, "I swear to God, I'm not crazy. You've had a tube TV since we started dating." It was a tube TV when we took that picture. I brushed it off as his head being rattled from the accident and he didn't bring it up again. However, anytime we hung out in my room, he'd always look at the TV weird. Fast forward 7 years, my husband and I have been married for a few years and decide that we're ready to be parents. I'm not on birth control and we decide whatever happens, happens. We're not actively trying, but not preventing it either. So we're on vacation in Italy, wandering around Rome and I feel like shit. I had had my period the week before and it was the worst one I had had in my whole life. As we're walking around I am suffering from back pain, chills and horrific cramping. I go to the bathroom in a cafe and hurl my guts out, have diarrhea and realize I'm menstruating, heavily. Obviously I'm weirded out since I had just had my period the week before. I clean myself up, go back to my husband and tell him I think I need a doctor. I have a pretty high pain tolerance, but this is insane. It's getting to the point I'm having trouble walking and I'm starting to feel pain in my shoulders. I don't want to ruin our vacation, but I'm starting to really worry. My husband is smarter than me, sees the state I'm in and says I'm visibly paler than when I went into the bathroom and gets me help. 20 minutes later I'm on a stretcher and being taken to the hospital. An hour after that I'm being prepped for emergency surgery as doctor tells me I have a ruptured ectopic pregnancy, I have heavy internal bleeding, and if he doesn't perform surgery I am going to die. 6 hours later I wake up very sore and tired. Doctor tells me I'm very lucky, and if I had waited any longer to seek medical attention I'd be dead. Husband stays with me in the hospital the first night, then gets a hotel for the rest of my stay. A week later we're cleared to fly home and I go through a grueling month of healing from the surgery. 2 months after our return, somehow my husband and I get on the topic of fires and he goes on about the dangers of kitchen fires and I say, no need to worry, we're all set with the extinguisher in the closet. He looks at me like I have 3 heads and asks me what I'm talking about. I remind him about the extinguisher in the front closet where we keep the coats. We've had it for 3 years. He insisted we buy one when we bought our house. My husband shakes his head and tells me he has no idea what I'm talking about and we don't have a fire extinguisher. I remind him about, not only my memories of fighting about if we really needed one, where to put it, buying it from Home Depot, but also installing it to the wall in the closet. He looks at me with confusion and tells me none of that happened. I get up, go to front closet to show it to him, all the while cursing him for being an asshole for forgetting our 2-week fight about it, and lo and behold, no extinguisher. Not only is there no extinguisher, there's no holes in the wall where I know we installed it. No fresh paint, this wall has never been touched. I insist he's moved it and fixed the wall and ask why the fuck he would play such a stupid prank. He continues to insist we've never had one, let alone talked about getting one. This goes on for several minutes. I'm approaching hysterics, telling him to quit playing with me when finally he says, now you know how I feel about that TV. We didn't speak about it for a long time. Then after I found this thread he brought up his theory that perhaps in another timeline/dimension, whatever you want to call it, we both actually died and we reset like a video game and the TV and extinguisher are glitches. I don't know if I agree with him, all I know is that I have never been so rattled in my whole life, and every time I get something out of the closet I'm overwhelmed with this feeling of wrongness. I know it should be there but somehow it's just not. I can't explain it. He says he will go to his grave swearing I had a tube TV.
Comments. This happens to me constantly. I'm starting to worry. I work in a fairly dangerous career field. There's a constant danger of being electrocuted, crushed, burned, poisoned, etc. And I'm always very careful, but sometimes I get hurt. It's no big deal, I just come home with burns, bruises, a couple times maybe a broken bone, and I just deal with it. But then sometimes, I don't know, my girlfriend will reference a conversation that we had and I have no recollection. That's easy to chalk up to brain damage or being drunk or whatever. But other times I talk about things that I know happened and she tells me I'm nuts. She doesn't remember. It's starting to freak me out cause it happens all the time. For instance, the other night I was talking about the silver BMW X5 she used to drive. I rode in it. I complimented it. She drove it the night we met. I was there at the dealership when she traded it in for a Honda Civic. I know she had this car. But when I talked about it the other night she said she had a black BMW 325 and has never owned an SUV. That's not right. I know it was an X5. I know it. I feel like I'm going crazy, but maybe I've actually been dying a whole bunch at work and resetting like Opie. Very similar situation happened to me and I've come to expect the same conclusion as you. I posted this story on here before so I'll try and make it short. Basically, I was at my house playing video games with a few friends over. I was smoking a cigarette while playing and accidentally set it on the armrest instead of in the ashtray. It burned a quarter-size hole which I wasn't too happy about, so I did my best to shave off any burned edges, but despite my best efforts my armrest was left with a very noticeable hole. Months go by without any further incidents, But the hole remains a bothersome eyesore. Daily routine stays the same. I tend to sit in the same spot on my couch right next to the armrest, so the hole is something I'm acutely aware of and would sometimes pick at. Anyways, one night I woke up feeling extremely ill and immediately ran to the bathroom. I'm throwing my guts up while profusely sweating and my vision starts to get hazy. At this point I'm burning up. My last memory of that night is taking off my shirt and throwing the bath mat so I could lay on the cold tile floor. Next morning I wake up in my bed. At this point I'm a little confused but not overly so, figuring at some point I was able to make it back to my room. That all changed the moment I walked into my living room. For some unknown reason my eyes immediately go to the armrest and lo and behold the hole is no more. It sounds silly, but I cannot describe to you the absolute panic and confusion I felt over something so insignificant. Thoughts like the possibility someone might have come into my house and switched out my couch, or perhaps my parents came over and replaced my armrest started racing through my mind. I knew even as I was thinking them how nonsensical those theories were, but there was no rationalizing what I was seeing. I seriously called everyone who I had over that night to ask them if they remembered me burning that hole, since some of them had actually helped in trying to conceal it. Of course no one remembered, so I just had to accept that either I had misremembered months of my life or just flat out gone crazy. Here's the weird thing though. A few weeks later I was once again playing video games while smoking a cigar while sitting in the same spot. You can probably guess what happened next. I once again accidentally burned a hole the exact same size and in the exact same spot. It's almost as though universe knew it forgot to include the hole when it reset itself and corrected its mistake. Either that or I woke up in a universe at an earlier date than the one I was in previously in, one where that event had yet to happen.
I feel similarly after a surgery I had a few years ago. And the world definitely feels weirder than it did. Like everything has almost a dream logic to it. Like how in dreams something will happen in the outside world that has relevance to your internal world? The world seems to operate more like that. Either I died and this is the afterlife, or this is a Jacob's Ladder scenario and I am imagining it, or we used to reincarnate but now there are too many people and we have this quantum immortality situation. I am not religious, so just kind of entertaining all the options. Does not help we are living in times described in the book of Revelation. I've read elsewhere that the Hall of Souls being empty is part of that. Also Philip K. Dick said the Dark Knight satellite was in charge of the reincarnation and in 2012 the government destroyed it. Now we've got the quantum immortality situation. Load of weird stuff. I don't know what to think. Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. Watching my own death and then escaping it years later. When I was 17 I was in choir class. We were all standing on the risers going through our warm-ups, when suddenly I was transported to a sterile room and I couldn't move. I was in labor and I felt everything. I felt tearing as I was told to push, and soon I felt the child leave me, no crying. I briefly saw him as they took him away, still I couldn't move. I was so tired and I faintly heard something about hemorrhaging and the last thing I heard my machine flatline. The next place I transported to was different. This time I was a part of the air, and I was watching a man and his son eating cereal, very sad, and the boy said he missed me. I knew then that the child was too old to be mine and yet still he was mine. And just like that, I was back in choir doing our warm-ups, only now I was crying silently and shaking. I told my best friend at the time and she brushed it off. Fast forward several years, and I meet this guy and I immediately recognize him from the weird moment in choir. We start talking and hanging out. He's 13 years older than me and has a son 12 years younger than me, that he has 50% custody of. Well, we start dating and eventually end up doing some less than legal drug related stuff and we get busted. He somehow manages to convince these task force guys to write me down as innocent in their reports, and we bailed my boyfriend out. The court date was set for a year later, and in that time I got pregnant. Had he not taken that hit for me, I would have gone to prison and given birth in prison. The craziest part of all this, is towards the end of my pregnancy I found out that in my state, when inmates give birth, they are strapped to a table and aren't allowed to touch the infant because they are considered a threat to the child. I also had to have an emergency C-section. So that is the story of how I cheated death of me and my sons, thanks to his father. And an important side note, his son, my soon-to-be stepson, has grown to look identical to the boy in the vision. Edit, I would also like to add that we are both completely sober and an entirely happy family.
Several people saw and spoke to my father, but he was already dead years ago. My father was a very friendly person. He had tons of friends. It was hard to keep record of who he spoke to. He also traveled a lot due to his work. He was also very strong and had no severe health issues. However, when I was 10 he died. It was sudden. We informed as many people as we could. One day, an old colleague of my father ran into my mom. She hardly recognized him. They spoke and he said, "I met your husband just a few weeks ago." It was already 2 years since my father's death, and he didn't know my father was dead because he was away for years, and had only come to visit his mom. He also said that they had a long conversation and also ended up having coffee together. This happened again, this time with one of my mom's old student in his late 20s. He used to be a child, when he used to come over to my house to get tutored. My mother used to help him in math and English. My father used to give him snacks after he studied, and play with him. He too didn't know my father was already dead, and told my mom how he met my father about a month ago and they spoke for a really long time. This happened like 2 other times, and then all quiet. It hasn't happened in a long time.
Comments. I had a similar thing happen with my neighbor who I knew very well. When standing at our kitchen sink, you could see his entire backyard through the window. One day, I was washing dishes at the sink and saw him in his yard, checking his flower garden, and thought nothing of it. I waved at him through the window at some point. When he looked up, he saw me and he waved back, just like normal. At this time, we had lived next door to each other for about 15 years. The next day, there were 2 people taking stuff out of his house. I asked them what was going on. They told me that my neighbor had died the week before. He had no children and his wife had passed several years previously. The people were his wife's nephews come to clean out the house. I guess he was just saying goodbye.
I believe it. It happened to my cousin that was living with us. He had a heart disease that kept getting worse. He was rushed one night to the hospital and sadly died the day after, a Tuesday. He was only 30. Wednesday, the day after his death, my mother went to the market and my cousin, who was a friendly guy, had many friends there among the sellers. So my mother thought it was good to tell them that my cousin passed away. When she arrived and told them, they said, "No way, because Albert, my cousin, was there just before and has left minutes before my mother came." They said he was normal and chatted with all of them like usual. I believe it. It happened to my cousin that was living with us. He had a heart disease that kept getting worse. He was rushed one night to the hospital and sadly died the day after, a Tuesday. He was only 30. Wednesday, the day after his death, my mother went to the market. My cousin, who was a friendly guy, had many friends there among the sellers. So my mother thought it was good to tell them that he passed away. When she arrived and told them, they said, "No way, because Albert, my cousin, was there just before, and has left minutes before my mother came." They said he was normal and chatted with all of them like usual. He told them that he was a little sick from malaria, but nothing serious. Otherwise he was like a normal individual, as solid as you and me. They were all dumbfounded. There were many witnesses, as it was an open and crowded market and everybody in the place saw him. Few months later, another person reported seeing him. I heard similar stories many times. The common denominator is that the people interacting with the defunct don't know about his or her death. In some other timeline I died in a horrific car crash. I've told this story to a few people in my social circle, but they always look at me funny. I recently discovered this subreddit and knew it needed to be told here. A few years ago I was in a hurry to a very important meeting and missed my turn. I got in a turning lane to make a U-turn when my GPS corrected itself and told me just to go straight. So here's where I did something stupid that I'm convinced killed me. There's a double turning lane that has a red light, while the straight lanes to the right have a green light. I was stopped in the inner turning lane, so I had to cross another turning lane to get into the lane that was straight. I signal that I need to get out and a car lets me into the other turning lane. It was a tight squeeze at a weird angle, so I had no visibility of oncoming traffic. I'm so panicked that I'm late, and pissed off that I just said, "Screw it," and pressed the gas. In that moment I had a prolonged blink accompanied by a sudden shift in pressure. I felt a pop in my head, Like you get when you're on an airplane. Suddenly my foot's not on the gas, and I'm back in the turning lane. I look at the lane I was supposed to be turning into, and as I do, a vehicle going at least 60 miles per hour speeds past me, trying to beat the yellow light. Had I driven forward I would have been dust. Unlike a lot of these stories, I didn't experience my own death, but I know for a fact I drove forward. I actually remember driving forward. Yet, here I was safely back in my lane. Alive. I don't remember the name of a theory, but a while back I read about an abstract idea that our souls will never let us die. That it will choose the path of least resistance, even if that means jumping to an alternate timeline. I wonder if I was glitched into a timeline where I had acted more cautiously. I think about my glitch from time to time, and get a little down, imagining an alternate timeline where my wife had to move on from a life she built around me, and how devastated my parents must have been when they got the news. I hug them a little tighter nowadays.
Comments. Quantum immortality. Have you noticed anything different since the crash?
Opie. This may sound weird, but I swear Childish Gambino wasn't as popular. Other than that, there have been 1 or 2 times someone was recalling a funny moment about a past party, or something that I didn't go to, but in their story, I was a part of it. Or they quote me on something I've never said. I really don't read too much into it, though. I think that when people tell anecdotes there isn't much focus on accurate details. I also found a Facebook message I sent a while back to an old soccer friend, where I was reminiscing about a coach we had for one season, down to his name and where he was from. I seriously have no memory of this coach today. Died on the corner. Just started looking through this subreddit and just had to share my story. About 4 or 5 years ago I worked at a Little Caesars Pizza. Usually I would work inside on the pizzas, but we had just started up this Monday Madness deal where pizzas were only $4 on Monday, so we needed someone to advertise. I was a wild and weird metalhead, so I took up the position on Mondays of just going out there, throwing around a sign to get attention, and bring people in for pizza. Not exactly glamorous, but I had fun. One day while I was out there doing my thing I see a van coming straight at me. It jumps the curb and slams into me and I feel it crush me against the electrical box controlling the street lights. I see a quick flash as the traffic lights flick off, then black out. I gasp and I'm still on the corner and nothing has happened. No van or anything. Well, I was a little shaken up, so I decide to pack it up and walk back to the store for a break. I walk no more than 15 feet away from the corner when I hear a crash. I look back and a van just hopped the curb into the electrical box and I watch the traffic lights flick off. Needless to say, I took the day off. Still think about that from time to time. Comments. Dude, you just respawned from your previous checkpoint.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
Did the world end in 2012? I've wanted to talk about this subject for a while now. The other day I had a random urge to look into it again and read some old stuff. You know, just for fun. Ever since then, about 2 weeks ago, I've noticed other people talking about it again. But the strangest part is, I cannot find anything online about it anymore. Like I said, you can find people talking about it casually or joking about it. But I cannot find any of the in-depth material I had read before. Did all of those people delete their content? This has actually been really frustrating for me because now I have nothing to refresh my memory while writing this. I've found a few things here and there that are helping me piece the puzzle together again. But I know there used to be so much more out there. I really can't even remember the first time I've heard this theory, but it's become somewhat of a meme. I did find a video of Max Lawn, that child genius from YouTube, touch on this theory, but I don't think he's the first person to talk about it. So did the world actually end in 2012? Well, it was the year scientists at CERN finally found the Higgs boson, you know, the particle Stephen Hawking predicted could destroy the universe, or in his own words cause the universe to undergo a catastrophic vacuum decay. Well, what would happen if we destroyed the universe? Would we know? Maybe CERN accidentally created a black hole that sucked us in and we've been living inside it. Physicists actually believe that might be a possibility. There's the old cliché argument that nothing has felt right since 2012. I agree with this. Maybe it has something to do with growing up and getting older, but ever since then it seems like the world descends more and more into chaos each day. There's some sort of calamity happening almost daily. Mass shootings only stay in the headlines for like 12 hours now. Did we all die and go to hell? I don't really believe that, but some people do. I think we're in a simulation. I think after the universe was destroyed by CERN, our collective consciousness was moved into a computer-generated copy of our world. The copy is almost exact. The minor differences we notice are what we call Mandela effects. There was someone on 4chan a while back who claimed they were one of the 23 scientists at CERN responsible for creating the Mandela effect. They claimed the planet was destroyed and we were placed in a simulated world. The thing I thought was most interesting though, is that whoever this person was described reality as being like a set of Russian dolls, where there are worlds nestled within one another, or simulations within simulations. The idea of simulations within simulations is not something new. It has been a part of Eastern philosophy since the 3rd century. A quote by Alan Watts illustrates it perfectly. Imagine a multidimensional spider's web in the early morning covered with dewdrops. And every dewdrop contains the reflection of all the other dewdrops. And, in each reflected dewdrop, the reflections of all the other dewdrops in that reflection. And so ad infinitum. That is the Buddhist conception of the universe in an image. We could even say the idea of being in a simulation goes back to Gnosticism. But anyways, besides the Mayans, there were some other people who predicted 2012 would be the end. One of these people was Terence McKenna. Well, he didn't necessarily believe 2012 would be the end, but he predicted there would be some reality rearranging event. He made this prediction using his time wave zero formula, which supposedly mathematically decodes the King-Wen sequence of the I Ching into something that graphs the fractal patterns of history. The graph culminates in a singularity point of infinite complexity. To understand this concept better, you can imagine a tape wrapped up in a spiral like you find inside a VHS tape or cassette tape. Time goes round and round in smaller and smaller loops until eventually, time runs out. Is there another meaning to the end of time? Preston B. Nichols, a supposed whistleblower who wrote books detailing time travel experiments at the Montauk Air Force Base, claimed that they were never able to time travel past 2012 because they could find no tangible future beyond it. According to him, there was a very abrupt wall there, with nothing on the other side. Whether he's a crackpot or not, what I find interesting is he did this interview in 2014. Like it's just a strange thing to say considering you've already made it past that date, right? Also, here's a fun fact, Stranger Things and Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind are both loosely based on those experiments. There's also a theory floating around that we've reached the end of history. The end of history is a philosophical idea that has been talked about by such notable figures as Hegel, Marx, and most recently Francis Fukuyama. At the end of history, events still happen, but humanity has reached the end of its socio-cultural evolution. This theory has nothing to do with time travel or simulations, but rather, the stagnation of human progress. I just find it fitting that people think this is happening. It kind of fits the dreamlike purgatory theme. It's this theory I find most when trying to research the topic of the world having already ended. Now, if you think in terms of 4D, or beyond linear time, we can say that the universe has already ended. The moment it began, the end was set in stone. Perhaps the universe is in a constant cycle of expanding and contracting, and our souls are just taking a ride on the cosmic Ferris wheel. However, whether we are in another reality or not, I think we've always been right where we're supposed to be. I believe the only real place is here and the only true moment is now. Home is where the heart is, and it is our present thought of our memories that make them real. For all we know, the universe could have been created this morning along with all our fake histories. Like the dude from CERN said, it doesn't matter whether it's real or not, what matters is our experience. So this is nothing to be afraid of. If anything, the powers that be are afraid of us. If our universe was indeed destroyed, I like to think of it as analogous to a flower growing from the nutrients left over by the remains of another. I know I don't have much new information to add on this theory, but considering everything I had read before is gone, I really think the conversation needs to be opened up again. If anyone has more information on this, please post it.
Comments. This kind of reminds me of a video I saw which discussed the idea of immortality through infinite parallel universes. Essentially, every time there is a chance that you die, a universe buds off in which you did die, and one buds off where you did not. But your consciousness would not be able to perceive the ones where you died, only the universes where you kept on living. Hence you seem immortal, even though you are in a universe where others die around you. Maybe this is something very similar, where the entity in question is not a single person but our universe. If our universe had a chance of dying, then it would also butt off into the two ultimate possibilities of life and death. Maybe we are simply existing in the one that lived, because how would our consciousness even know it if the universe ended?
This is essentially what I think happened. Humans shaped the universe with their wills. They saved the Earth from destruction with their simple belief, their faith, that it would still be there the next day. That ultimately everything would work out okay, because that's how stories are supposed to end. Unfortunately now we've created a universe for ourselves not governed by physics and probability, but by narrative. Terry Pratchett called it narrativium, the force that causes events to follow the pattern determined by the observer. Even more unfortunately, it seems that we've entered the Back to the Future narrative stream in which Biff becomes president, and subsequently all civilization is thrust backwards in scientific and sociological development. What a drag.
I've spent the last few years wondering where my life went so wrong. Everything was going great up until around 7 or 8 years ago, is what I've been thinking. I was super happy, loved my job, etc. I've been in a personal downward spiral since then. In my mind it started around 2015, but it makes sense it started somewhat earlier. It was subtle at the beginning. But I've just had this increasing sense of doom and not rightness with the world. Like I'm on the wrong path and the rest of the world is too. Also, feeling this absolute need to start to learn about all things spiritual, when I've considered myself an atheist most of my life. I've always been super analytical and logical, and I've just had this strong sense that I've nurtured that part of me to such an extent that I've neglected all other parts of my being. I don't know, it's difficult to put into words.
Great post. I agree that the world appears to be in a social de-evolution of adequate significance, for me to be cautious with regards to our long-term survival. The end of history is an interesting concept and I appreciate the references to physics. Just to add to the convo, 2012 doesn't seem like a year the universe ended, as much as perhaps the year your universe ended. Some of the affected trace back the changes to years, even decades prior. The common theme in the group appears to be an NDE just prior. And so perhaps for them, those are the years that their universe ended. This is not to say that I believe everyone affected is deceased. Only that the world began to appear different to them, and some of those differences are quite significant, such that they describe it as a different world altogether. Who is to say? It's fun to wonder about it as a possibility. The end of history reminds me of biblical passages that mention the end of days, meaning just the end of an era and beginning of another. It mentioned that during those final years some would be secreted away. It was described as a maiden hidden in the forest Turk. This overlays a multi-world or parallel theory well enough. Critics rightly point out that every generation wonders, even preaches that it is the last. I wonder if every generation is the last. Meaning, that each individual goes through their own mini revelations. Not scripturally accurate so much as a subtype of what is to come sort of thing, I suppose. And so it follows that any individual through history could have felt hidden away on a new earth. I've also been wondering of late if consciousness itself might exist as a potential, just like some subatomic particles. Consider the electron, for example, existing not in one location so much as a cloud of potential locations. Enter the observer, which in this case could be our own self-awareness, and in that instant the consciousness cloud of potential is forced to isolate a space-time location out of unimaginable possibilities or Earths.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you. I fell off a cliff, and when I was rescued my entire reality was different. In February 2020, I was snowmobiling for the first time. My boyfriend at the time was driving all day, and finally let me drive at the end of the trip. We had been dating for 2 months, and this was our first trip together. I'm going around the last bend and I accidentally floor the snowmobile instead of pushing the brake. I go flying off a cliff and end up 50 feet down. The snowmobile is on top of me, upside down, still running with the bottom part spinning. My helmet has flown off, and my head is 1 inch from a tree. I am terrified. My boyfriend managed to roll off the back at the last minute, and is trying to save me, but the snow is really deep and he's having a hard time getting down the steep cliff. My legs are fully submerged in snow with the snowmobile on top, and I'm not sure if I'm paralyzed. He calls for help and all these men run down to save me. When they finally pull me out, I can stand, and it's the happiest moment of my life. I'm not paralyzed, I don't have so much as a scratch on me. Do I have a concussion? Maybe, it's hard to say. The snowmobile also miraculously has minimal damage, only the little plastic windshield part is cracked. In hindsight, this moment is where everything changed for me, but you have to understand, I didn't piece this together and come to this realization until months later. These are the differences. There was suddenly a pandemic. Everything was shut down within a few days. In my old timeline, there was a virus going around, but it had only impacted a few people, and was similar to a norovirus or flu, not big enough to be worried about. I had a different job. At the time, I chalked it up to the pandemic. We were on the trip because I was about to start a new job. I had signed the contract and I knew what the role entailed. I was going to start the Monday after. But after the crash I couldn't get a hold of my new boss for 9 months, and he finally told me I got the job in November, even though I had accepted it in February. He also comments how I've never been into the office when he gave me a tour in January 2020, and we spent the day together. The role I'm in is completely different than the papers I signed. My loving, awesome boyfriend was physically abusive for the first time that night. He got blacked out and attacked me. He was crying the next day and nothing like this had ever happened before. I thought he was traumatized from the crash and let it go. That was another thing that was different. I would have never let that go before. I come from a loving childhood where my dad was my best friend always. I would have never put up with that before the crash, and was shocked I did. In the old timeline I was on a low dose of Effexor, Xanax, and blood pressure medication. I don't take any medication at all in this timeline. Over the next year a series of weird things that don't make any sense keep happening to the point I start to feel suspicious. I all of a sudden have an incurable disease I didn't have before. I'm in pictures I have no idea what the context is, I'm wearing clothes I don't own anymore, my friends have memories of me I don't share, and I'm getting more and more depressed. Boyfriend keeps physically abusing me and I can't get out of it, I don't have the will to save myself. I just keep thinking, this can't be my life, this isn't my life, it just felt like I wasn't supposed to be here. And I finally look at Reddit and realize that I died in the snowmobile crash and this is an alternative timeline I'm in. I start to just agree with friends when they say remember when you said this, as that, and we went here and did this, but I have no recollection. My CAT scans are normal at this point after visiting the ER. To be honest, I wasn't the most observant person to begin with. A new couch could be in the living room for days and I wouldn't notice. So when all the stores and shops are different in one area of town, I don't know if that was always there or new. I finally work up the nerve to tell my sister, who is surprisingly supportive. She asks what else is different. There was this song in the other timeline, it was a very popular song by a Shania Twain or Sheryl Crow type, anyone would know it. I sing it to her with the lyrics, and tell her we always used to listen to it growing up. She has no recollection of it. I type the words into Google, the song doesn't exist here. The longer I'm in this timeline, the more I forget the words and melody of the old song. Also, there was no iPhone 13 in the other timeline because Steve Jobs was superstitious, and it was supposed to go from iPhone 12 to iPhone 14. I notice little glitches like that are stupid and don't matter. How do I feel about it now? I've accepted my new reality. I feel bad for my sister and parents in the old timeline, that they're dealing with my death in a freak snowmobile accident. But there's nothing I can do. Trying to find them again would be like trying to walk from Canada to Australia with no map, impossible and a waste of time. I'm just making my reality the best I can, now. It clearly for some reason wasn't my time to die, I mean to the point of going to the afterlife, if there's one. So I should do something important if I can. I was always agnostic before this, but didn't believe in different timelines. I thought movies like The Butterfly Effect, and Run Lola Run, were dumb concepts. Now I don't rule out anything ever. Edit, a few people asking questions, I'll answer best I can. First, no I'm not with that guy anymore, he is dumped and blocked. To answer questions about the iPhone, Here is my comment to another user. Jobs died in 2011 in the old timeline as well, but he had planned out the designs for the phones way past when he died, because he knew he had cancer. He had an elaborate release plan of the phones in the future, did he not hear? And yes, he designed them so that the iPhone 13 would be skipped, because he was superstitious. Have I been to therapy? Yes. I've been to multiple therapists, psychiatrists, counselors. I can't find any evidence of the effects of prescription I had, and don't know who would have prescribed it. The bottles were just gone. I don't rule out that I bumped my head, and some bad shit happened to the world after that. This is just my theory. I see a lot of people saying I want to believe you, but I mean, really, that's your choice, doesn't impact me either way. Just wanted to share my story.
Comments. I had a similar accident on a dirt bike. Was knocked out for a really long time, 20, 30 seconds, and suffered some form of amnesia. 2 days after the accident I remember waking up, no recollection of the previous 2 days or even months, and I thought I was in school holidays, but really I was halfway through the first semester of senior year at high school. I also had a job, and only discovered it because the owner of the place I worked at, I knew him, texted me asking if I can come in that afternoon. Getting concussed or knocked out can do horrible things to your memory. It's very, very possible that a lot of these things, that nothing is different, but it jumbled your memories in subtle ways, and you only started noticing discrepancies months afterwards. I'm sorry this happened to you. I still felt the effects of my accident for a few years afterwards. It's very difficult, frustrating and confusing. I'm not trying to discount your experience. There's many theories around how people with near-death experiences can sometimes switch timelines. The fact that your helmet fell off, which never happens if you have the right size and type of helmet that is done up properly, means you likely were concussed in some form, or it was a near-death experience.
OP. Yeah, I definitely don't discount this as a very real possibility.
I really don't want to disqualify your experience, nor I want to disrespect the sub, but, for the love of God, please consider seeking professional help. What you describe feels like textbook derealization. What's that? Well, suddenly, the reality you're experiencing just seems fake, you can't recognize the world around you, everything that surrounds you seems blurry and appears to have changed, usually for the worse. Believe it or not, many people suffer from this at least once in their lifetime, and that mostly happens when something stressful, like the loss of a loved one, pops up into your life. You explicitly told everything begun with a near-fatal accident, and a subsequent assault by your own boyfriend. That's a huge red flag, OP. I'll abstain from commenting on your relationship, as I know how power dynamics can be difficult to recognize and deal with. But with respect to the general issue, please schedule a session with a professional.
OP. The boyfriend is long gone, and I've gotten professional help from therapists, talked to psychiatrists, and counselors. It could be derealization. Regardless, I've accepted this is my reality now and I'm making the best of it, and I'm happy.
Right around the same time at the beginning of the pandemic, I drove past one of my neighborhood convenience stores, and it looked like it had been closed for years. Boarded up, graffitied, open chain fence around the parking lot property. It was overgrown, and very creepy looking. It wouldn't have tripped me out so badly if I hadn't recalled seeing the convenience store up and running, well maintained as I sat at a traffic light nearby, during the previous day. People going in and out, cars in the lot. One of the biggest trips of my life. After that, I began noticing other buildings in the neighborhood that were different. Instead of a small house packed in between apartments, it was all just apartments. They were housing developments that weren't there just the previous day. And not in the, they must have gone up overnight, kind of way. I tried explaining it to my best friend, who also follows this sub. He humored me, but I know he didn't exactly believe me. The problem with shit like this is that everyone thinks it's bullshit, until it happens to them.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
Near-death experience glitch reveals fundamental nature of reality. On the 15th of July 2013, at about 7:45 a.m., I was on my way to work and approaching the intersection, and getting ready to take a left-hand turn. This is a notoriously dangerous intersection on any day, and there have been many accidents there. It is hard to see if the intersection is clear from the right, and the left turn is particularly hazardous. I was running late and in a flustered state of mind. I had an important meeting that I'd been planning for carefully over a number of days, and a really stupid delay at the last minute put all of it in jeopardy. It should also be understood that a much better traffic signal system exists there today than was in place at the time of this incident. I approached the intersection in a hurry. I looked to the right and believed that I had correctly viewed that nothing was approaching from the right, so I made the left turn. As I crossed the intersection, I glanced right once more, and saw a vehicle heading straight for me, at what could only have been in excess of 90 miles per hour. We saw each other. I saw the look in the other guy's eyes, because we were that close. A collision was absolutely inevitable. There is no way on this earth that it could have been avoided. What happens next is extremely difficult to describe, but I will do my best. And this can be, and must be, taken to apply to everything that I am going to attempt to relate from this point onwards. Words, even the most carefully chosen words, capture no more than 1% of this experience at best, and even then very poorly. This is quite possibly the most frustrating thing about giving this account. Across from the front of the car on the left, in almost the opposite direction to the oncoming vehicle, was a field. I suddenly became aware of a very large object approaching slowly on a diagonal across this field. It was coming directly towards my car. Time was not functioning normally while this was happening, if it was functioning at all. I had the space to notice this happening, but I can't explain how I was able to do that. The object, when I first saw it, appeared to be about the size of a 10-floor tower block. It subjectively seemed to be about 200 or 300 yards across the field. These size and distance descriptions are meaningless, as I'll try to explain in a moment. The object resembled a giant water wheel lying on its side and rotating as it approached me and my vehicle. As it got closer, this didn't take time, as we understand it. I saw that my first observation about its size was wildly inaccurate. It was more like the size of a small city. As it got closer still, I understood that all scale and distance estimates were meaningless. It was larger than what we think of as the world. As it approached me, I became aware of its power and significance. My mind interpreted this as being an up-close, giant-scale physical object. Okay, now this part is particularly difficult to explain. As the object drew near to me, a kind of sensation came over my person, and I knew exactly what this thing was. Not only that, but I knew everything that pertained to it, what it was doing, what its business was with me, where and when I had seen it before, why I was seeing it now, and many other things that I cannot now recall. I had seen the object before I was born and I will see it again when I die. We all knew it before we were born. We will all see it when we die. But this information is eclipsed from us while we are alive. And that was why I was seeing it now in the experience, because I was in the process of dying in a fatal car crash. Here's what I can remember, as best it words can tell. This wheel wasn't something that moved towards me through the world, or through reality somehow. That was an illusion that my senses were constructing for me. The wheel was reality itself. It represented every conceivable possibility for a life, or for a world that could ever be envisioned or imagined. As it approached, I became aware that what we call our world was contained within it. It was simply one of the numberless slots or paddles in the water wheel. It had always been so. My life, your life, our world, all of us, we were a part of this wheel structure and we had always been a part of this structure. It simply now made itself visible to me. There then began the truly terrifying dimension of this experience. Words cannot even begin to describe the level of fear I experienced. The water wheel sort of rolled across me, and then across the place where my car was in the road. As it did so, I began to be hit by each of the paddles in the wheel. Remember that all of this is just a way of talking. It does not, and cannot, remotely describe the real situation as it actually was. But some sense of it can be had by imagining that in the space of each paddle, there was a kind of spinning film of water, like a waterfall on its side. Imagine a film of water being thrown outward from the wheel in each slot, as if by centrifugal force. Imagine being slapped or splashed by each of these films as you collide with it, and pass through it to the next one. This is what was happening. Except these weren't just films of water. They were, for want of a better term, possible realities or what we might think of as universes or worlds. Again, our world, our entire universe as we normally think of it, was simply one among an infinite number of these. How did I know that there was an infinite number? I just did. A kind of knowing came with the event, and there was no doubting this knowing. It was so, and I knew it was so. And because I had knowledge and understood what was happening in ways I can no longer communicate, I was afraid. I understood that I was about to be subject to the process that humans approximated with the term reincarnation. This was why the wheel had come. I represented a kind of discrepancy that had to be fixed. The event, or perhaps the imminent event, on the highway had caused me to slip out of or fall between the paddles on the wheel. This structure had some kind of cosmic purpose of sorting things into their correct natural place. I was afraid and resisted being sorted, so the wheel stepped up its aggressive attempts to sort me correctly. I was afraid and resisted being sorted, so the wheel stepped up its aggressive attempts to sort me correctly. With this came another understanding that frightened me even more. I knew that unless I soon selected one of these realities to slide back into, that the wheel would coerce the situation by deciding for me. One way or another, I would be sorted whether I liked it or not. If I didn't choose for myself, I would simply be fitted into place at some nearest position on the wheel, to the point where I failed to make the decision, if that makes sense. I was aware of having a limited ability to choose, but not much. Even that limited ability wasn't much used because each reality slammed against me, and threw me before I could make much sense of what it contained. Even I did not remain the same from one slot in the wheel to the next. It was as if when each film broke over me, I was destroyed and made again from the ground up, as a completely new self. There was no continuous me that traveled unaltered through that wheel, and can somehow report back on this experience. This is just one of the many things that is so very hard to explain. The very idea of a continuous self was contradicted by this experience. I have forgotten, or perhaps it was deliberately suppressed, the vast majority of what I saw in the various universes, or paddles of the wheel. At the beginning, they seemed very similar to this world we inhabit, or believe ourselves to inhabit. For example, I have a floating memory of seeing various different scenarios of how the accident played out. I suspect that these were all nearby paddles on the wheel. In one of them I remember seeing what looked like my vehicle thrown right off the road, and so badly damaged that it looked like it had been folded in the center like a pocket knife. I seemed to file or flip through numerous conceivable, quantum possibilities for the outcome of the accident. I can remember doing this, but I cannot remember what any of these particular worlds contained. I have no explanation for why I failed to experience any of the phenomena usually reported with the imminent death situations, like the tunnel, the light, and so on. I suspect that imminent death experiences are symbolic scenarios, that flash up just as someone is entering or exiting the wheel, but before the situation has developed very far. At no stage did I see anything whatever that resembled what we humans would think of as an afterlife or spirit world or life after death realm. It's as if we are either on the outer surface, of the wheel itself, in one of its realized worlds, or else we are dead, and we are the wheel itself. The wheel is a space where all uncreated possibility exists, but nothing completed or actual. And bear in mind that nothing was concealed from me. I was the all, and knew the all. I certainly don't retain it, or pretend to, but I knew it then. I began to grow extremely panicked. Each time I thought I was just beginning to get a handle on things, I would be slapped over violently, and ruthlessly, into a new slot in the wheel, and a whole new me would crystallize, along with all the memories and assumptions that went along with that world. I remembered none of who I was just a moment ago in another paddle on the wheel. I had no memory whatsoever of where I had come from, or the highway situation in my world. I had zero memory of that world. I knew I had come from a somewhere but had no recollection of where that was, or even who I was. It was about the most bizarre thing that you could imagine. Somehow though, and I can only assume that it happened without any conscious action on my part, the possibilities appearing in the wheel began to narrow down, and become somewhat more familiar again. Scenarios associated with the accident began to appear once more. I say once more, but I have no real way of knowing whether this was a separate incidence of this to what I described above, or whether it was really the same incidence, because time was functioning so unusually during the whole episode. Again I saw, or seemed to see, variations or possible world outcomes, where I died in the crash. I seemed to understand intuitively that if I went into any of these, I would be there for only a few moments or minutes at most, and then I would have to come out and face the wheel again almost immediately. I didn't want to do this. But there was an odd kind of knowing associated with that too. The wheel didn't seem bothered one way or the other. It didn't seem to matter to it, whether I emerged again in 3 minutes' time, or 3 decades' time. All it cared about was sorting me, and there was a kind of ruthlessness to this, that I will not soon forget. I found myself back on the highway, in what seemed to be a very short distance back up the road, still approaching the intersection. This is just one of the many mysteries associated with the event that I cannot explain. Did I choose a world which was a version of our universe, in which the accident hadn't quite happened yet, but was just seconds away from happening? I can't say, because I have no memory of making that decision. I remember the look on that driver's face as clearly as if it were yesterday. I remember him bracing back on the wheel. But I braked as I reached the intersection, and that driver and his car were simply nowhere to be seen.
Comments. Your account of everything was extremely fascinating and eye-opening. Based on your experience, it seems that life consists of multiple worlds, universes, and outcomes. I believe you slipped through the process and saw behind the curtain of the decision-making process.
I had a couple weird experiences in my life, but I never saw the wheel. I had a moment of lucidity once, where I could see the weave of the world. It was a moment outside of time, where I could see all that was, and all that will be. How the strands of individual lives are interwoven, and how they draw the entire tapestry of reality was revealed to me, but I couldn't hold it and the moment faded. For a moment I knew why I am, and what my purpose is.
Same. I saw everything, all as one, and before returning to my body, I was offered a choice, to leave my body or to stay. I remember saying, no, I want to stay here, in my body on Earth, I'm not done here yet. Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
My whole life is different, and no one believes me. This Wednesday, February 5th, on the way to work I went to my usual gas station. I go there every day, 5 days a week. I go in and everything is different. All new drink stations have been installed and the food area is completely redone. None of this was different Tuesday morning and I couldn't believe that they'd redone a gas station in one night. I then go outside and see that 2 gas pumps are completely gone and there is mulch bags stacked taking up all the space. None of this was there the day before. I then leave and head to work and somehow turn on the wrong street and get lost. I've been driving these neighborhoods for months, and suddenly I'm lost trying to find my job. I get to work a few minutes later and I'm panicking. I know it's silly, but I've always feared changing timelines. My fiancé and I have a timeline safe word, so we know we are together. I call and ask him, and he has no idea what I'm talking about. We just talked about it at the end of January, and we've had it established for a while. I've even woken him up at night and asked him after having a nightmare, and he's known. But now he has no idea what I'm talking about. Then the girls start coming downstairs. I work in an addictions group home, and one girl keeps saying how confused she is and how nothing makes sense today. Later in the day another kept saying all she wanted to do was cry, and she had no idea why. Then while running errands, I go down the same street I always do and suddenly there are 4 houses gone, and a grove of trees planted. I've never seen them before, and really started freaking. They are next to a building my family owned for the last 20 years. I know the whole neighborhood. My final straw was calling my mom today. She said my sister was going out tonight with her friend Jenna. I have known Jenna since 2003. I asked how much longer until Jenna has her baby. My mom goes silent and asks what the heck I'm talking about. She says she's never been pregnant. I look her up online, nothing. I asked my sister just a half hour ago, and she laughs in my face and says Jenna is infertile and will never have kids. I literally remember the day my sister told me she was pregnant. She told me to guess who, and Jenna was my 3rd guess. What the hell is happening to my life? Edit. I opened up to my fiancé and had him read this. He knew it had happened but didn't know how upset I was. I asked him if I had shown any signs of mental instability or Alzheimer's. I'm only 25 and he said I've never shown any signs and only some mild anxiety when things get crazy. Lastly, the safe word and things leading up to the day. We created the safe word mostly as a joke after I read the Berenstein Bears theory and I had a really weird day at my old job. It became more used when I'd have nightmares and when I made jokes. The day before was a normal Tuesday. Wake up, work, home, eat, sleep. The only strange thing about the day was that I thought I'd heard a scream or yell as I was falling asleep. I blew it off and still kind of blow it off as some sort of sleep paralysis or dreamy moment.
An unseen force may have tried to lure me off the road to my death by altering reality. Title sounds ridiculous, but hear me out. This happened a few years ago. I was driving through East Pennsylvania, and I'm giving this girl I had just met at a friend's house that night a ride back to her place. Now, getting to her house involves going down a one-lane road that I had driven on at least 100 times prior to this. At one section, the road meanders around a ridge by making a big right turn, then it does a sharp turn left after a couple hundred yards, and then right again where these two logs laying on the side of the road make a kind of X shape on the ground. Very distinctive landmark, at least for me. This is the way this road has always been. So there we are, trying to find topics to talk about to keep the car ride from becoming awkward since we hardly know each other. We take a right turn, round the bend, then a sharp left turn and then, there's a left turn up ahead. Immediately my body goes into fight or flight mode. I remember thinking, this isn't right, I know there's a right turn here. This is not what is supposed to be here. We both fell dead silent and just looked ahead in confusion. The road about 100 yards in front of me just turned left and disappeared off into the woods. To the right there was nothing, just the side of a hill and some trees. It looked completely natural, not like a mirage or anything, yet it felt so strange and almost intentionally deceptive. None of this made sense. I knew these roads. As we approached the turn, I decided that I'm not going down that road, something bad was down that road, so I just made the irrational decision to turn right instead and hope for the best. The girl in the car put her hands on the dashboard to brace for impact. My eyes were still fixated down the left turning road as I started steering to my right, and then as my gaze shifted towards the direction I was now driving in, suddenly I could see the correct road in front of me again. Everything was back to normal. I looked in the rear view mirror and sure enough, the left turning road was non-existent. My hands felt icy cold and I was physically shaking. I pulled over to my right and just sat there in silence. We contemplated going back to investigate, but just looking at the road behind me gave me a sick feeling in my stomach. She felt it too. We decided to get the hell out of there, and that was that. I was very hesitant to go down that road again and avoided it the best I could after that, but a few weeks or months later I decided to go back in the daytime and check it out. I pulled over at the right turn spot, got out of my car and walked around the area. This is the part that really freaks me out. I quickly found out that on the left side of the road, obscured by some thick underbrush, was a very steep, rocky cliff that dropped off maybe 200 to 250 feet into a ravine. The phantom road would have taken me directly through a clearing in between two trees that lead straight over the cliff. If I had chosen not to follow my gut and drove down that road, there's a very, very good chance that we would have been seriously injured or killed. Apparently several people have crashed in that area by driving down into the ravine, might just be coincidence by who knows. I don't know what to make of this event. If I were alone I'd be more willing to write it off as a hallucination or trick of the eye, but I wasn't alone. She saw the same thing I did. I wasn't intoxicated, although my passenger was a bit buzzed if I remember correctly. I've also never experienced anything out of the ordinary in my entire life other than this. Has anyone heard of something similar before?
Comments. Hey OP, there are several stories of the things you experienced in my country, India. One of which happened to my uncle. He was traveling between towns on a bus when suddenly in the dead of night, it swerved violently and stopped. The passengers were obviously scared, and when they asked what the heck happened, the driver and the handyman, "This is normal, there will be two people in front," said that they saw the road as straightened when they knew there was a bend. The driver had continued on the new road thinking he must have remembered wrong, and he saw the actual one and so swerved to keep the bus on the road. There is another bend of road near my house, and people regularly end up in accidents because they see the road differently at night. I'm not really sure why this happens, but local people attribute it to different deaths and malevolent spirits.
Check your DNA. This happened to me back in 2013. My youngest brother had suddenly passed away, and it was pretty recent. This was on a Saturday, about a week after his passing. When he died, his cause of death was ruled a pulmonary thromboembolism.
My mom had died of exactly the same cause in 2009, also unexpected death. After my brother's passing, I started to get a strong feeling that maybe these two deaths were somehow related and their cause of death were not a coincidence. I told this to one or two people, but neither paid much attention to what I said. So anyway, that Saturday I woke up quite early for me, and for a Saturday, around 7:30 a.m., I was uneasy. Back then I owned an iPhone, and as I decided I would get up and stop tossing and turning in my bed, I did what I do every day. I grabbed my phone to check the time, messages, etc. At the very top of the phone, where the battery level, internet and mobile service are indicated and which by the way, are always still, as in those indicators do not move, I clearly saw the following message: check your DNA. I was really surprised to say the least. I touched that part of the screen, blinked, and yes, the message was gone. Oh well, I must have imagined it, I thought. But still, something seemed off. I went to the kitchen and I received a WhatsApp from a childhood friend who I hadn't had contact with for over 20 years. The message said, "Hi, I just heard about your brother and your mother's passing. I'm really sorry for your loss, but I do not think these deaths are coincidental and I would like to run some DNA tests on you." I was floored. Could this have been a strange coincidence? A glitch in the matrix? A hallucination? I have never made this story public until now. Would greatly appreciate any feedback. Cheers. By the way, my living brother and myself were later diagnosed with congenital thrombophilia, a very rare blood mutation, in which the body tends to excessively produce clotting agents, so we develop blood clots spontaneously.
Comments. I'm not sure how your phone got involved, but I'll comment on your friend. I think sometimes we get urges to do something that should be followed to help another in distress. Your friend reached out to you with a very direct concern. But sometimes I think it could be a fleeting feeling to talk to a long-lost friend. I think people connect to each other in a more ethereal and emotional way than is usually realized. I hope others don't ignore these urges, as it could help someone else more than one realize. Thank you for sharing.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
My dad is a reincarnated World War II pilot. When my dad was 2, in 1958, my grandparents were traveling home from a vacation in California, back to Arizona. It was night, and my dad started talking to my grandparents, but it wasn't exactly his voice. He started telling my grandparents that he was an American pilot over the Pacific in World War II. It really scared my grandma because he suddenly had a very adult vocabulary. So they asked him questions. My grandpa was a Korean War veteran. He gave them detailed accounts of the battle he was involved in, the plane he flew, the aircraft carrier he was on, all stuff that no 2-year-old would know. He told my grandparents he was shot down, but survived. He was killed by sharks, though, because the shark repellent given to them didn't work. My grandparents didn't talk about it for years, and my dad went back to being a normal 2-year-old. A few years later a report was released that confirmed that the shark repellent didn't work. My dad said when he was a kid, for as long as he could remember, he had dreams about fighting the Japanese over the Pacific. The dreams always ended with him crash landing and being eaten by sharks. He still had the dreams up until his early 20s. These dreams made my dad really interested in reading and learning more about World War II. He didn't remember telling my grandparents about being a pilot, and they didn't tell him until he was in his 30s. So now my dad is pretty convinced the dreams and the incident with my grandparents were memories of his past life. My dad is now in his 60s, and I asked him if he ever has those reoccurring dreams anymore. He said he does, but it's very rarely these days.
Comments. Interesting. My dad used to be a religion writer before he retired. A few years ago, he was writing a series about reincarnation. He interviewed a family who had a young son who used to have night terrors every night for the first few years of his life, dreaming of his World War II fighter jet being shot down by the Japanese flying over Hawaii, dying a violent death. The young boy was obsessed with model airplanes. He had many in his room, and would break off the left propeller on all of them. He'd drawn hundreds of pictures of himself in a fighter jet with the left propeller going up in smoke over the ocean. His dad took him to the Air and Space Museum in D.C., and the boy was able to eloquently identify the plane he used to fly and talk in detail about how the plane operated. The family is Christian, so the idea of the boy being reincarnated was not a welcomed concept. Over time, the parents listened to their son more and more talk about his war stories. He was apparently born in Philadelphia. He talked about his former family. He had a younger sister. He remembered very specific details about her and the family. They were actually able to reach out to the sister, who was in her 90s at the time, and talk to her. She had a, "What is this, some kind of sick joke? Don't insult my brother, he was a hero," kind of sentiment when he reached out initially. Then the boy went into detail about their family's history, particularly their father's battle with alcoholism, being carted away to the mental hospital. The sister apparently just sat in silence for a while before saying, "I've never told anyone that story in my entire life. There's no way you could possibly know that." From there on out, the boy and his older sister maintained somewhat of a relationship. But as the boy grew up and years passed, his memories faded, and now he's just a regular kid, just doing what regular kids do. I don't know if he has much memory of his past life any longer. There's so much more to the story. And reincarnation is definitely a skeptical idea for a lot of people in Western culture, understandably. This is all anecdotal at this point, so I can see why a lot of people wouldn't buy into the idea. I certainly don't understand it by a long shot, but reincarnation is totally fascinating to me. It's really interesting to hear that your dad had a similar experience.
I am a Christian. Don't believe in reincarnation. But I'm remembering the war I died in. I've never talked about this to anyone except my wife. For reference, I'm 29. Born in 1988. Ever since I was young, I felt like I was somehow attached to the Vietnam War. I was fascinated with anything and everything related to the Vietnam War. I was infatuated with the 50s, longed for what it must have been like to grow up in that time. As I've become more aware of this, I've noticed that not only do I feel attached to that time, I feel like I remember that time. I will be watching a Vietnam War documentary, and something will come across the screen that makes my brain sound alarm bells. It's like being smacked in the face with a memory. It has even gone so far as to make me emotional, even though I don't know why. It isn't a scene that would be particularly emotional, but for some reason I feel strong emotions. Anger, pain, sorrow, etc. I feel somehow tied to that era. I feel like I grew up in the 50s, and I fought in Vietnam, and possibly died there. I don't believe it, necessarily. I just wanted to put this out there in case anyone else had similar experiences, albeit with a different timeline. Please don't assume I'm crazy. I feel embarrassed even typing this because I know it sounds ridiculous. Feel free to ask questions or just tell me I'm being silly. Thanks y'all. I didn't include this in the original post because I thought someone would just assume I was making all of this up. But here's yet another weird tidbit. When I was 7 years old I discovered what dog tags were. From that very moment, I demanded a set of dog tags to wear. I pestered my parents so much, that my grandparents took me to the naval station in Alabama, just so I could get a set of dog tags. It was a 2.5-hour drive to get there. There's a battleship parked there also that you can tour, so we made a day of it. When getting my tags made, I remember the guy asking what all I wanted on it, as you could put anything you wanted. I was very adamant about wanting all of my personal info on it, just like in the army. I still have those tags lying around somewhere, I need to find them. But it has my name, DOB, social security number, and my religious preference. I got DOB on it, instead of blood type, because we weren't aware of my type. I was only 7. I wore them for years and years. Can't tell you how many ball chains I broke or how many of those rubber rings that keep them from clanking that I went through. Anyway, yet another fragment of a long list of strange things. I'll post them in here as I recall, but I promise you there is a long list of things. Making this post is just the culmination of me experiencing more things than I can ignore.
When I was about 4 or 5, I told my parents that they weren't my first parents. I was little, and have no memory of this, but my mom and dad have both told me the story. I told them I died in a tornado in 1976, and that I had been 16. I was a weird, too smart little kid that said really strange things all the time, so my parents just chalked it up to that. About 5 years ago, my mom called me. She reminded me of the story I had told when I was little. She said it had started to bug her after all these years, so she Googled anything about tornado deaths in Michigan in 1976. There was exactly one that year. It was a 16-year-old girl, who was riding in a car when it was thrown off the road by the tornado. I looked it up too, and sure as hell she was right. I have no memory of telling them this story, and no memory of dying in a tornado. But my mom is pretty straight-laced, and not one to believe in hokey bullcrap.
Did my daughter reincarnate? So this happened some years ago when my youngest daughter was 3 years old. She was playing in the living room and my wife and I are watching TV. I notice that she is doing something that she is not supposed to, so I tell her to stop. Can't remember now what she was doing. Anyways, she says, "Why?" And I give the usual parent response of, "Because I am your dad, and I said so." She stops doing the thing and goes back to playing. Then, a few minutes later she says, "You know you are not my real dad." So I think she is being cheeky, so I ask, "Oh yeah, then who is your real dad?" She looks confused for a sec, then says, "I don't remember his name, but he was my dad before I came here." At this point I am interested, so I get down on the floor. "Okay, before you were here you were in mommy's tummy," I say. She giggles and goes and snuggles into her mom. "No, it was before I was in mommy's tummy. I was waiting to come here with the other people, but before that I lived in a house with my other mommy and daddy, and I had a sister also. But not Sissy." Here she is referring to my older daughter. At this point my wife joins in. She asks, "So where did your other family live?" My wife is looking at me with a confused look. My daughter says, "We lived in a house in a city, then the fire came, and I tried to get out, but I couldn't open the door, so the smoke went in me, and I went to sleep. That when I went to wait to come here." She says this completely nonchalantly and goes back to playing. My wife and I just look at each other, totally astonished. We tried to get her to say more, but she said it was all she remembered. She has no memory of it now, but she has an intense fear of fire and smoke. I will never forget that conversation.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
My great-great-grandparents went into an alternate dimension. This story has been told to me a few times by my maternal grandma. She is a spiritual woman who has always been in tune with spirits, energies, etc., and she isn't the type of person to lie about something like this. Each time the details are the same. My great-grandparents, grandma's parents, I don't know their names. We can call them Jane and John, lived on a farm in New Jersey in the outskirts of a town. This particular thing happens on a Sunday. Story: Jane and John are walking into town in the afternoon, probably 1 or 2 p.m. They like to stroll around and be the typical older couple. They've lived in this area for upwards of 20 years, so they know the entire town like the back of their hands. They're friends with everyone, as this town is a small everyone knows everyone type of place. So, they're walking around, no aim in mind. They comment on how sunny it is, and how there isn't a cloud in the sky. They absent-mindedly turn down a street. They then see a bridge that they have never noticed before. Confused, they decide to go investigate as they no rush to go anywhere else. They go over to the bridge, and comment on how they've never noticed it before. They're dumbfounded. How have they never seen this bridge before? There's nothing else back this way that they know of, so what does it lead to? Naturally, they go over the bridge. It's beautiful, cast iron, floral decorations, all the good stuff. It puts them out in on a random street that they don't recognize, but that is assumed to be the middle-ish of town. There is anyone else out, which is odd. They aren't alarmed by this, but they're alert. They walk around a bit more, not really taking notice of anything else too drastically different. Once they're done with their walk, they head home and ask everyone else about this bridge. "What bridge?" everyone replied. They are obviously shocked. They sit down with each other and discuss the experience. They both agree on a simple fact: they went onto a street that wasn't there. That street led to a bridge that wasn't there. There were buildings that weren't real. They went to this entirely new thing that wasn't real and somehow made it back. They talk about how it had clouded over a bit, no one else was walking around, they don't really recognize the area, but based off of where they thought they were, it seemed like the names of businesses were slightly off. A shop that was called Dave's could be Dan's or something, not anything major, but they couldn't be 100% sure. My grandma agrees with me in that she thinks tiny things were altered, but they may not have noticed or mentioned it to anyone outside of themselves. The thing that is always emphasized to me when being told this story is how no one else was outside. This happened in World War II, cars weren't commonplace. Everyone walked everywhere. So where was everyone? My grandma's parents made a huge grid of the streets of the town and made a point to walk down every single road to find the one with the bridge on it. My grandma's father was a very methodical man, and he devised a plan to find the street and the bridge again as they couldn't remember the street name or how they got there. They used the huge grid, which they spent weeks on, to rule out every direction and possible route. They never found the mystery street with the bridge. Her dad even consulted the city planners who would look at him and ask, "What bridge?" just like the family did.
My grandmother made cancer disappear. My grandmother is the strongest person I ever knew. I'm not sure if it's a glitch or just a medical mystery, but my grandmother was an expert in making cancer disappear. I have no idea how she did this, but in total she did it 3 times. Honestly, I really hope I have her genes. The first 2 times I wasn't born yet, she got breast cancer, then cervical cancer. She had surgery for her breast and that's it. She didn't take yearly consults, she no longer saw her doctor. She never got long treatments, like chemo or medication. I thought that was a bit weird, because these days cancer patients keep seeing their doctors to be sure a cancer is in remission. Yet somehow this was considered normal in our family. She was healthy. It was a long time ago, so why would she need a doctor? That's just her personality. She can recover very fast, and that was that. No treatments, no medication, nothing. The cancer was not in remission, they took it away, and that was the end of the story. When she was 90, her health was getting worse. They did some tests and found out she had colorectal cancer. Very aggressive, there was nothing they could do. They decided to let her home, so she could die in the comfort of her home. They gave her 1 to 2 weeks left. Because I believe in manifestation, I asked the family to keep the diagnosis secret. Just make her believe nothing's wrong and that's why she can go home. They all agreed because they didn't want her to be afraid of death for weeks. A month went by and she was starting to get better. After all, she truly believed she was healthy. We decided to bring her to the doctor again because she was way past the date which was given to us and we were worried it turned into a long-term cancer. The tests showed she didn't have cancer at all. Actually, there were no traces she ever had cancer. The only proof she used to have cancer was the big scar where her breast used to be and the previous positive tests. Her blood work was excellent, she no longer had any symptoms, she was back to her old self. The doctors considered a false positive or a spontaneous remission. She lived for another 2 years until one day she was falling apart by osteoporosis. She was brought to the hospital. High on morphine, she was given a few more days. I was the only family member she didn't see yet. When she knew I was coming, it was as if she collected all her energy, giving her the ability to live a week longer than expected. When I visited, she looked so much better than what my family claimed. I really thought she could do it again. But what she actually did was wait, because she really wanted to say goodbye to everyone. She thought it was time to go. She used all her life force to see me that day. We left and she died that same night peacefully. She was 92 and a 3-time cancer survivor. Cancers which, on paper, went from terminal to non-existent. If you ever needed hope in manifesting health, I hope she inspired you. Thanks for reading.
Comments. Reluctant to share, but I have similar personal story about manifesting health. The short and sweet version. I was knocked unconscious and paralyzed playing a sport recently. I knew I was immediately paralyzed when I regained consciousness. I couldn't move anything but my mouth and couldn't feel any sensation at all. Panic started to kick in. After about an hour of laying face down waiting for paramedics to move me, I finally was able to feel the smallest bit of sensation as I was touched on my leg. The amount of relief that took over my body at that point. I wish I could say I knew for certain that I would get better. The feeling of progressing past complete paralysis and loss of sensation was a weight being lifted off my body, a sign that things were somehow going to be okay. A surgery 3 days later coupled with only a month of physical and occupational therapy had me 90% recovered. Sprinting, lifting, playing sports. The manifesting health part. After I felt sensation on my leg, my entire attitude changed. I was still messed up, but I somehow had the strongest belief that everything would be okay, wasn't on drugs. Doctors and therapists telling me I would never be the same. All were wrong. My physical health is almost as if nothing happened at all. The freaky part. I went from paralyzed to fine in 4 weeks' time. It's felt like a glitch to me. Ramble over.
That's pretty amazing. I don't think it was a glitch, but your own brain power, manifestation power. So big congrats to you for making such a fast recovery possible. Your story is very similar to my stepdad. He nearly died in a motorbike accident. Doctors thought of amputating his leg, he refused. So they did this crazy surgery of putting shoulder muscles in his leg. Physical therapy, instead of a year, it lasted only a few months. Psychologists asked if he cared to join some research about how mindset can improve recovery because at that time, everyone was blown away by his fast recovery and they wanted to turn it into a paper. Then much later, he got cancer. He needed revalidation for 3 weeks after surgery. After a week, he said goodbye to the nurses and went home. LOL to this guy, he's been through so much and he's like this punk which the nurses can't stop from leaving. With punk I mean the music lifestyle. He may have lost his ripped jeans, but he never lost his punk attitude.
I believe in modern medical science. It has vast capabilities that can't be replicated with our thoughts alone. That said, I recommend reading You Are the Placebo by Dr. Joe Dispenza, some eye-opening and science-based readings about the power of the mind. I don't know if I can trust all the miraculous stories I've read in that book, but to me the mind is more powerful than we give it credit for. The strength of the mind is an idea that the book reinforces over and over. The placebo effect is very powerful, if we want it to be. That is essentially what I got from the book. It's interesting to think about and necessary to study fully.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
Could I have swapped with my parallel universe self while I was awake? This story is 100% true from my point of view, but I understand that it's not actually possible, and I am kind of frightened, so I would appreciate any theories about what could really have happened to me to cause what I think I experienced. I'm posting here because similar stories from this sub came up when I googled it. Yesterday my boyfriend and I went on a fairly long hike around a nature reserve in the southwest UK. It's out go-to place when we want to get out of the city. It was a very hot day yesterday, about 31 Celsius, and we were nearing the end of the walk, so I was physically pretty tired but mentally fine. I had drunk about 2 liters of water over the last couple of hours, so was not dehydrated, and I had been eating fruit cake, so wasn't hungry. We got to a big rock formation which my boyfriend wanted to climb, but I didn't want to, although I had done it before, so he disappeared behind it to start climbing while I walked about 200 meters away to meet him at the other end of the formation. Then I stopped and looked back at the rock, feeling a little anxious, worrying that my boyfriend had hurt himself because he was taking longer than normal. I should say here that I have had anxiety problems and low self-esteem since I was a young child, due to abuse. I am working on it, but I have always been, and see myself as, an unconfident, not independent, kind of helpless person who doesn't believe in herself. Harsh, but true. I'm below average height, with dark blonde hair, my natural color is dark brown, but I'm growing out bleach, and physically weak at the moment because I'm recovering from surgery. I was hoping that I could get back to my normal level of fitness, still not very good, by starting to go hiking again. I also vape, trying to quit smoking, and I had been craving nicotine for a while, but my vape was empty. I am also partially deaf, as a result of the surgery, and I can't hear higher-pitched sounds like birds singing or the sound of the wind anymore. So, back to what happened. I thought, where is he? I hope he's okay. I hope I don't need to come and rescue him, and then suddenly, I was somebody else. My next thought was, rescue who? I came here alone, why am I thinking that? Do I need to drink more water? Nothing around me had changed at all, but I had become a different person with a different past, but I was also still myself. The new person I had become was a little disgusted at how she had been feeling so anxious and weak just now, because it wasn't like her to feel that way. She was irritated by the intrusive thought. She had a tent and all the stuff needed for solo camping in her backpack. Before I had only been carrying water, and she adjusted the pack, and thought about where she would set it up. She had hiked up there alone with the intention of wild camping there for a few days, something I had never done before, but would never even consider doing alone. I brushed the hair out of my eyes, and it was dark brown, my natural color, but shorter than it was before. She was a little taller than me, but I think it was because she stood up straighter, and she was more muscular like a soldier, or someone who works outside. I work at a desk and I'm not overweight but not in shape either. The main difference was the confidence I felt when I was her. She only needed herself, and unlike me, she was practical and completely level-headed. She knew the way back to the car park, and also the way to where she was going to camp. I still know this now and confirmed it on a map, even though normally I'm terrible with directions and rely on my boyfriend to navigate. The strangest thing was that she had just had an image in her mind of my boyfriend, the guy I had been hoping to see reappearing on the rock, but she had never seen him before, and she was a little weirded out for a moment that she'd had a vision of a stranger. I think she was single. She turned to go back the way I had came, but as I was about halfway back past the rock, I looked at it and saw my boyfriend up there. I became myself again, but now I felt very scared about what had happened, and also sad because I had felt so much stronger and determined a second before, and I had never felt that way in my life before. I looked at my hair and my arms to confirm they were how they normally were again. I felt like a better life had just been snatched away from me. The whole experience only lasted about 5 minutes, but it was the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. I can't stop thinking about how it felt so different being someone else, and how using her mind to think thoughts felt so different, because her personality was different. I was a mature woman, although I was the same age, and I felt like I could defend myself. I even felt more confident moving around on the rocky terrain and could move more quickly while I was walking. I knew some things were the same, like we had the same name, but she wasn't in pain, so I knew she hadn't had surgery. I wasn't craving nicotine while I was her, and I could hear the wind and the birds just like I used to be able to. These thoughts only came after I changed back. While I was the other me, I only thought things that made sense in her situation, like I'd only had a glimpse of the previous few minutes of my normal life, and for her, that had been the weird experience, but now she was back to normal. She was angry, but it seemed like a general constant feeling of anger, and she seemed to be the type of person who looks for reasons to start fights, which is the opposite of how I am. But she wasn't tense and constantly worrying either. If I hadn't seen my boyfriend, I don't know how far I would have walked towards the location she'd planned to camp at, which is the scariest thing to me. I started walking away from where I should be going for no reason. Would I have looked in my pack to get the tent out, only to see it wasn't there? Or would there have been a tent in there? Since then, I've been fine. I didn't have heat stroke or a headache. There's nothing physically wrong with me that wasn't there before, but I can't stop thinking about it. Last night I think I had a dream where I was her again, because when I woke up I was crying and I felt like I had been very happy, and now I had to go back to my normal life again. But I never remember my dreams. Has this happened to anyone else here? Can anyone offer an explanation, like is this a medical thing people get sometimes, or something like that? I told my boyfriend, and I was surprised that he didn't just say I was being crazy. He said he'd had a dream like that once, where he'd been a different version of himself, but obviously he'd been asleep, and I was awake. It feels like this experience will change my life, because it was so different from anything that's ever happened to me, but I don't know how. I hope it will happen again.
Comments. Oh, you definitely weren't being crazy, and you weren't imagining this. You slipped into one of your infinite probable selves, who are living every possible life you could ever imagine, right here, right now. This is another version of you, and she is just as real as you are. While you are not consciously aware of this, you are constantly interacting and influencing your other probable selves. This is a fascinating story, and your higher self gave you this experience for a reason. Probably to give you a taste of what strength and confidence feels like. You can easily become that version of yourself, or more like her, by focusing on the way she felt and imagining yourself to be that way. Channel that self.
Thank you for your reply. I don't know if I believe that other selves really exist, but it's nice and kind of moving to hear that I could become that other person. I will try to be more like her, because now I know for sure that I'd be happier that way. Maybe it was just some kind of psychological breakthrough, but I have no idea why it would have happened then and there.
Is it possible that the switch was a physiological one? Where this version of you is what you have always subconsciously wanted to be? And the moment of being suddenly alone in a new surroundings, and the fear triggered a part in you that has always been there? Sometimes, especially with people of history of abuse, we have a part hidden deep that embodies the strength that helped us get through tough times, but doesn't really manifest itself in our conscious personality.
This is what it seemed like to me, but I have no idea why it would have happened at that moment. I'd had a relaxing day, and apart from worrying about a job interview a couple of days before, not a high-pressure one, since I already have a job, I'd been pretty mentally healthy. Actually, I've noticed today that since I woke up, I haven't had the background anxiety that I usually have every day. My boyfriend said a couple of times that I've been acting different, and he's been asking me if I'm okay. I feel different, but I think this might just be how people who don't have anxiety feel. I'm assuming this is just temporary, but I'm also not worried or upset that it might just be temporary, again because my anxiety is suddenly gone for now, so maybe it will last. I wrote this post when I got up this morning and haven't felt anxious a single time since then.
I believe that you experienced this in the way you described it. However, as someone else said, I believe it was a psychological trick your brain played on itself in order to comfort your anxiety about the distant possibility that your boyfriend had had an accident in the rocks. You were getting anxious and worried and stressed, and your brain was like, nope, to hell with this, we're someone else now who doesn't have all these problems, and it created its own narrative in order to try to keep you happy. That would also explain your dream. Maybe we're wrong and it really was some kind of paranormal cross-dimensional wachikalit, but I personally would recommend that you see a therapist and tell them this story.
I think my therapist would be very happy to hear this story. You may be right, but me worrying about him getting hurt is actually normal for me. I have these kinds of thoughts all the time, although not today, for some reason. I knew deep down that he was okay, my anxiety just latches on to whatever is happening at the time. Although come to think of it, I've never actually noticed that before now. Like I said in another comment, I haven't felt anxious today, for the first time in about 25 years, and I think that's letting me have some perspective on it, for once.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
Glitchy Hospital. Me. I work at a hospital as an RRT, registered respiratory therapist, and the following happened only a few hours ago. I was running 3 floors with 13 patients under my direct care, 6 of them I have treated for a few days, and I know them in terms of we have talked while I treat them. I am considered a kind person by most patients, so they talk to me and tell me about their lives and about the family, etc. There is this particular lady, 73 years old, terminal patient. I have been treating her for 4 days now, so she knows me well enough to not confuse me with anyone else. As I stated, we have talked before and even joke around. Very nice lady. At around 1:30 a.m., I was headed to her room to provide treatment, but, as I was walking through the hallway, a code came in, and I had to turn around and instead run all the way to the ER to deal with the code the ambulance was bringing in. I was with that coding patient for a good 25 minutes with all the nurses and the doctor trying to save his life. Unfortunately, we couldn't. After that, I had to continue my normal rounds, and my next stop was obviously the lady I was going to treat prior the code's arrival. So, I went to her room, and she saw me and asked, What happened? Did you forget something? I thought nothing of it and told her it was time for her treatment, to which she replied, "Son, but you already gave me the treatment. Only a few minutes ago." I said, "Ma'am, I have not. Did someone come in and give you treatment?" Which should not have happened anyway, as I had with me her treatment chart. She said, "You gave me treatment only a few minutes ago. You came in like you always do, asked me how I felt, and we talked about adjusting my dose because it's making my heart race like a horse, and you said that you would look into it." Mind you, she was not alone, her granddaughter was there too, and she also said that I had been there only a few minutes ago. After trying to process what she said to me for a few seconds, I asked, "Ma'am, are you sure someone came in here and treated you?" To which she replied, "Not someone. You. You are the only one who treats me at night, you and that crazy nurse out there." I was confused and told her to hang on a minute, so I went outside, and went to the nurse's desk where the patient records are kept, to see if anyone had written on it, looking for any treatment anyone else had given her. But there was none written. I went back into the room, and said that I still had to give her treatment. Obviously I had to, or I could have lost my job for that. Anyway, as I am treating her, I am asking her granddaughter about it, and she also is 100% certain it was me, and that I gave her treatment, and that we indeed talked about adjusting her dose. Now, I am here thinking and asking myself, what the hell? I was in the ER and there are several witnesses. I was there for a good 25 minutes. But, the patient and her relative claim I was in the room with them during that time. There are no records of any treatment on the main patient records, and we RTs carry around a little chart of our personal patients for the shift, and no one else but me had it, so, what happened here? I asked the nurse outside at the desk if she saw anyone going in, to which she replied, "Other than you, no one." I asked again, "Are you sure? You didn't see anyone going in?" "Well, no, just you. You went in, were in there a few minutes, came back out, walked right past me and went down the stairs, and just came back." So, the nurse is saying that indeed I went in the room, then left, and now came back, but it wasn't me, I was in the ER. After this all happened, I talked to the security guard, and asked him to please check the security footage and let me know if someone went in. About half-hour later, I came back and he said that yes, indeed someone went in, looked physically just like me, wearing the same uniform, but couldn't make out the face as I never actually faced the camera, so the footage never caught my face. So, now, we have footage of me walking into the room, and, brace yourself, footage of me in the ER at the same time. Needless to say, they are looking into this right now. Like I said, this only happened a few hours ago. I just got home, and as I was driving home all I could think was, glitch in the matrix, so here I am, posting it for all to read. I just came back from work again, and turns out this was a big controversial subject all day and night yesterday at the hospital. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone came up to me to ask me what happened, a lot of them in complete disbelief, not that I can blame them. The hospital is taking this very seriously, though, not for the same reasons we are. To them, this is a case of someone walking into the hospital and walking into someone's room for only God knows what reason. They actually are very concerned. They are investigating this, because there is footage as evidence that this actually happened. A lot of people, colleagues, are very creeped out by this, and some are just very interested in what could have possibly happened. I was actually brought into the administrator's office to give him my account of the events. I am not in any kind of trouble, as they know for a fact that I was in the ER when this happened. He just wanted some information, understandably. I was ordered to keep this event between us, as in only those who already know about in the hospital, because this actually is being considered a crime and is under investigation. The hospital's administration interviewed the patient and her granddaughter, and they stand by their word. It was me in the room with them, and it was me who treated her and talked about adjusting her meds, dosage. They too are now very creeped out after finding out why they were being interviewed. I did talk to them as well, and explained what happened, and they just couldn't believe it. They just can't understand it, because they have seen me for days, talked to me, and joked around, and seen me in the cafeteria even, the granddaughter I mean, so it's not like they could have confused me with someone else. It was me. Update 2. The hospital is still investigating, but so far, according to what I am being told, there has been no new development. They are stumped. No one has come clean about going into the room for any reason, so no one was impersonating me as far as the hospital is concerned. The patient and relative both stand by their word, as so does the nurse who says she saw me going into the room then out and down the stairs, only to see me come back a few minutes later. It's all starting to give me the impression that this whole deal will be swept under the rug, never to be discussed again. I don't want that to happen. I want answers. After all, it involves me and someone pretending to be me. Of all people, why not the DR, or a nurse? If and when any new developments come to light, I will update again. Also, I will try to push the security guard for a copy of the video. I have seen it and the person most definitely does look like me. Update 3. I think they are sweeping this under the rug, so to speak. For the last few days, no one is talking about it, and by no one I mean administration. I asked the administrator if there were any new developments, and he just said, no. Then changed the subject. They either have no clue and are just letting it go, or they know something and are covering it up. I keep pushing for answer, but each time I am stonewalled. This really bothers me, not just because I'm not getting answers, but because I am involved in this investigation. My name is floating on some desk regarding this incident, and I feel that I have a right to know.
Comments. Sometimes odd behavior is reported, but most of the time I think the doppelganger acts the way the actual person would behave. At least in this case, nothing strange or different was noticed by his friends and colleagues. They simply thought he was there. I personally do not believe the doppelganger is an imitator. My current explanation is that this is all caused by a temporary overlap of two parallel realities. Although I do not really believe in separate parallel realities as such, it's all one reality. We just can't perceive it as one, but it's useful as a metaphor here in order to be able to describe what's going on here. It's like flatlanders living in separate 2D world slices within a bigger 3D environment they are unable to perceive. If we assume each flatlander can only consciously perceive his own world as 2D, then what would happen if two different 2D slices intersect with each other? Flatlanders from both worlds would be able to interact at the intersection, while normally they wouldn't be aware of each other's existence. I think this is what's happening with these doppelganger glitches as well. Two realities intersect, and at these intersections multiple versions of the same person can be observed. Sounds far-fetched perhaps, but with the many worlds interpretation of quantum physics, this could very well be a possible explanation.
This makes me think of an older post where a guy was saying goodbye to his girlfriend as she left his place in a taxi, only to have her walk up to him 5 seconds after the cab took off, and she's completely furious and yelling at him. She walks past him and up the stairs to his apartment and is screaming about him cheating or something, gets into his apartment and starts gathering her things together as if she's going to leave. Looked and sounded like her but wasn't her, and I think he said the apartment security had footage of them going up the stairs, only there's no way it was actually her. I'm going to look for that post now.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
Real-life, non-playable character fails to load. I've been reading these after finding this thread and finally decided to post my own. I met a girl at uni, and after uni we decided we'd move in with each other. The plan was whoever got job first would pay the rent, whilst the other looked for a job in the same city. I got the job and we moved into a small house together. Months later, she's still having no luck finding a job. I feel like crap one day, unusual for me, and come home from work extremely early, before lunch, in through the front door and look into the lounge and see her just sitting there. The TV isn't on, or the radio, and she's just staring straight ahead, not even moving. I stood there and watched her for a while out of curiosity. I'm sure everyone wonders what their partners, friends do when they think no one is around. She did nothing, just stared dead ahead. The closest I can describe it is like in older computer games where you'd get into a room and an NPC hadn't noticed you yet, and would still be stood there, waiting for you to get in and activate them. We'd had a fight the night before, so I just shook my head and went off to bed. At around 4, I get up and go downstairs again and she's still there staring dead ahead, at which point I obviously worry and try to get her attention. Nothing I did, even shaking her or shouting, would wake her up from whatever it was, so I called my dad. He's a dentist but knows a lot about medicine generally, and asked him what I should do. He says he'll be round in 20 minutes, and to keep an eye on her till then. Around 4:30 she suddenly gets up, goes into the kitchen and starts doing chores, washing up and getting tea, etc. I follow her and watch, before asking her if she's okay, and she says she's fine pretty casually, like nothing had happened. I asked her what she'd been up to that day, and she launched into this long explanation of how she'd gone out job hunting and where she'd gone, and managers she'd spoken to that day. It was creepy. I told her what had actually happened and she looked at me oddly like I was the crazy one, insisted that she'd been out job hunting and had only just got back. I told her I wasn't judging her and it was fine that she hadn't been out job hunting, but I was worried and she had definitely been sat there all day. My dad came round and suggested she may have been having an absence seizure, which is a type of epilepsy. She had scans and nothing showed up, no tumors either, and since she didn't believe my story, things got pretty tense between us, especially because after possibly having an absence seizure, she had been banned from driving for a year. Over the next 6 months, before we broke up, I did some pretty odd things to try and prove what had happened, including booking days off work without telling her and then pretending to go to work, only to park around the corner, come home sneakily and then observe her. A lot of the time I'd find her stood there doing nothing again, but when I asked her about it, she'd still have these long explanations of what she'd done that day. It happened so often that I kind of got the feeling my girlfriend was only really on when people were around, and when she thought no one was around, she'd just go into a default off state until people got back. Weirdly, some of her stories were backed up, like she said she'd gone to meet a friend that day, and later when I checked with the friend she said that it was true. This is the only part I can't really explain to myself, and I've kind of just dismissed it as the friend being nice and trying to back up her. We broke up, though we're still friends, and I haven't mentioned it to her since. Still freaks me out though, and I worry about what other people are like when they think no one is around. Is this usual?
Comments. Did you ever film or photograph her while she was hibernating? What you are saying is not only very creepy, but basically that she was at multiple places at the same time. Which is either impossible, which would mean her friends lied to you, or absolutely mind-blowing and deserving of proof. Whatever might be the case, great story.
OP. I did video it, to prove to her that she was having some sort of problem. At the time it seemed a little insensitive to upload that footage to the internet. Also, this was years ago and I wouldn't have known where to upload it, or how. I only discovered Reddit a few months ago. I'm pretty behind the curve here. She just got mad at me for filming her, refused to look or claimed I'd taken them at another time, not when I claimed they'd been filmed. As I say, it got pretty tense. I'm not sure whether these videos were at the same time as when she said she was meeting friends, but I'm pretty sure her friends must be lying because obviously, it's impossible to be in 2 places at the same time.
Not gonna lie, I do this sometimes. Not to the point at which people can't get my attention if they wanted, but sometimes when I think no one is around, I just blank out and stare off into space for hours at a time. It's sort of like meditation for me. I get lost in my thoughts, and eventually my internal monologue just stops and my vision goes gray out from staring at the same spot for too long.
Need help understanding what's happening to me. I apologize in advance if this comes across as rambling. I'm just at my wit's end and don't know what to do. It started a few months ago. I would put something down and walk away and come back a few moments later and it wouldn't be there. It would either be in a completely different place or would just seemingly cease to exist. I chalked it up to being sleep deprived. My partner and I both work nights, and absent-mindedly doing things or misremembering in general. Then it got weirder. I was getting ready for date night and wanted to take a shower, but couldn't find my shaving cream anywhere. My shaving cream bottle is all white with a purple cap. I own nothing that looks similar to it in any way, and neither does my partner. He helped me search our small bathroom for over an hour trying to find it. Pulling everything out of the linen closet in the bathroom, checking every drawer and even the cabinet under the sink. We could not find it anywhere. After putting everything away and returning the counter around the sink to normal, I was confused but thought maybe I'd run out and forgotten I had used the last of it. My partner leaves the bathroom, closing the door behind him, as I hop in the shower. After 20 minutes I finish up and get out, only to find the shaving cream sitting in the middle of our pink sink. I called for my partner and he was just as confused as I was. We argued for a few minutes because I thought he was messing with me, but he was insistent he hadn't snuck back in during my shower to place it in the sink and was genuinely upset I thought he would mess with me like that. I apologized and we moved on from it, but it still bothered me when I would think about it. Fast a month and on Saturday, he heads to work like normal. I start to get hungry and I decide to make French toast. I get everything set up and ready, pulling out a plate and putting my slices of bread on it before whipping together the eggs and milk. Getting my pan and spatula ready. I pull the butter out of the fridge and place it on the counter next to the plate. Right before I turned the stove on, I felt nature's call and headed to the bathroom to pee really quick before continuing. Our dog follows me and is hanging out while I do my thing, and no more than 2 minutes later I'm back in the kitchen turning the stove on. I turn to grab the butter off the counter and it's just gone. Not there. I tried not to jump to conclusions. I checked the fridge 7 times, checked the cabinets I had gone in to grab out what I needed to make the French toast. I even checked the trash can to see if I had accidentally tossed it out when I got rid of the egg shells. No sign of the missing butter. The cat has never stolen anything off the counter before, but I figured it was a more rational explanation than the butter ceasing to exist. I went to see if she had smuggled it off and found her asleep on the couch, butter-free. I know the dog couldn't have taken it because she was with me the entire time I was out of the kitchen. I freaked out a bit. Started messaging my friends in our group chat about what was going on, and one of them FaceTimed me to help me recheck everywhere in case I just wasn't seeing it. I ended up having a panic attack after 30 minutes of searching over this call with no sign of the butter. We retraced every step I had taken and even looked in the bathroom to see if I had brought it with me to pee. I cleaned up everything I had taken out and refused to go back into the kitchen out of fear of the butter reappearing somewhere I had searched that my friend confirmed was butterless. It's been days now and I still haven't found the butter or even a wrapper to prove it existed. I tried to talk to my partner about it and he thought maybe it was carbon monoxide poisoning, but we checked our detector and it's working normally, so it doesn't appear to be that. I feel like I'm going crazy.
Comments. I remember a similar scenario with one of the houses in the neighborhood I lived in. The story was told by a repairman who was called in to work on a house after the owners had left. He was working in the living room with his tools and stuff, placed the hammer on the floor to check on something else, and when he reached back for it, it was gone. He later found it in one of the bedrooms. His tools kept disappearing and reappearing in random places at the house until he eventually refused to work there. Your case could be a supernatural case rather than a glitch OP.
Response. After years studying this stuff credulously and trying not to be too hard on clear-cut cases, observant detail-oriented victims, not typically superstitious, etc., I have come to the conclusion it's all the same thing. A continuum of glitchy experiences with different degrees and classes of experiencer.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
My dad's gut feeling. I was 17 at the time, and me and my dad had just finished our fishing trip and it was almost midnight, mid-fall. When I was about to get in the car, he told me that he did not want me to sit in the front seat on the ride home. We argued about it for about 5 minutes and he did not give any good reason to why he did not want me to. I gave up and got in the back seat. It was pitch black outside. When we had been driving on the main road for about 2 minutes, we saw a car driving in our lane. Right as we were about to collide, my dad swerved into the other lane and so did the car in front of us. I heard my dad say, "I knew it," at the very last second, and then I blacked out. Woke up when police showed up at the scene. They helped me out of the car. I was barely conscious and don't remember much after that. Only thing that is still a crystal clear memory is that I saw my dad sitting in the car, waving at me with tears in his eyes. When I later asked where my dad was, I was told that he had flown out of the car window and landed only a few feet from the car and passed away later in the ambulance. I was told the man we crashed with died on impact and also had a 17-year-old daughter in the back seat who survived. I still can't believe that this really happened. This was 6 years ago. Edit. I believe that the gut feeling he had was that something terrible is about to happen, and if someone is going to die, he chose himself instead of me. Therefore, I believed he decided not to put the seatbelt on. Also, I believe that it was his spirit saying goodbye since he wasn't able to do it.
Comments. It wasn't so much his instinct to save me, rather it was to save my brother in a certain sense. I was 12 and my brother was 8. We were living with our dad after he and mum separated. Dad ruled with an iron fist. When it came to school attendance, he wouldn't let us stay home unless we were bleeding or dying. Nevertheless, I still tried to stay home from school at times. On the day he died, I tried faking a headache so I could stay home. He immediately said yes, and that I will have to stay with him all day. I asked why, and he said, "Because I need you here." Fast forward to lunchtime and we're sitting at the table eating. I look at him and see he's looking at me with a look I had never seen before. Then before I could process it, he collapses onto the floor. He had a massive heart attack and was dead almost instantly. If my dad didn't let me stay home, my brother would have found him after school and he would have been dead for hours. I don't think my brother would have recovered from that. It took me over 10 years to recover from it myself. Another thing that happened that I can't explain, I used to go to sleep with the radio on, and for the 3 nights before Dad died, I would wake up during the night to a particular song playing. Same song, every night for 3 nights until he died. That song was later played at his funeral. I hadn't told anyone what happened cause 12-year-old me didn't make any connections at the time.
I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm sure your dad is still watching over you. I have a similar story about my mom. In January 2011, I was at her house on the south side of Chicago. Around noon, I was getting ready to leave to go back to the north side where I lived. It was only a 30-minute drive with no middle-of-day traffic. I drove a Fiat 500 at the time. They're quite small. As I was getting in the car to head home, my mom said, "I want you to take my car," and insisted I leave mine at her house. She had a Honda CR-V SUV body for those unfamiliar. This was totally out of the ordinary as we did not share cars, and up to that point, I hadn't even driven hers. She was insistent, reasoning that it was cold, so I agreed. It was not snowing that day. On the highway, 20 minutes into the drive, an 18-wheeler I was passing, fishtailed and slammed my mom's SUV into the concrete median. I spun out and ended up facing the opposite way on the highway before another car slammed into me head-on. I was in the ICU for 4 days, though I eventually recovered fine. The driver of the 18-wheeler and the other vehicle were fine minus some whiplash. The SUV was completely totaled and almost unrecognizable. There's no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't be around writing this if I'd been driving my Fiat that day. My mom still has no explanation for her insistence that I take her car, other than a gut feeling.
I called my dad in his past about more than 30 years ago. I recently posted about me disappearing into thin air when I was sleeping and my family couldn't find me, and when I woke they swore up and down that they have searched all over for me but weren't able to find me. This is not an update but something that just happened yesterday. 3 days ago I was having conversation with my father and he was telling me about his university life. Basically, my dad came from nothing. He had a very difficult upbringing and went to the worst school and high school in our city. When it was time for him to join university, my grandfather passed away, leaving my dad to take care for the rest of the family as he was the oldest son. He took a wrong major because of the wrong advices of the people, and how he regrets that to this day. The courses were taught in English, which is a second language for us, and how he didn't even know the language. My dad told me that it was the darkest times in his life and he just wanted to run away. Now, very recently he got his master's in English literature and he was telling me that he didn't think it would be ever possible for him. My dad just recently finished this degree at an age of 55. The next morning my dad had to drive to this town because his distant relatives live there and they are struggling financially. My dad is a very kind soul and he wanted to help them. The town is 3 hours drive away. He usually takes public transport but didn't because of recent crisis. He drove there and my mom was worried, so we decided we will keep calling him after every hour to check. Well, I decided to call him. Now keep in mind, because its highway network signals get very weak. He told me to wait and parked at a nearby restaurant. It was like a checkpoint for trucks. I don't know what came over me, but I started crying and went on to tell him how proud I was of him. I just babbled and kept saying that he shouldn't think he is lacking because he is not. He was an amazing father and a great person to look up to. You guys, my dad started crying. He told me that he will talk to me when he returns. Well, he returned and he just hugged me and was telling me that how 30 years ago he was visiting the same town and it was the time when he was at his lowest. He was visiting the same relatives and he was in a bus which stopped at a petrol station. He called his mother and when he picked the phone, without even dialing, he heard my voice. It was me telling him the exact same thing which I just said yesterday. He said that he didn't even call my grandmother, he just stood there and cried. It gave him strength to keep fighting. He said he just now realized it was me whose voice he heard. My parents are now taking this as sign from God, who helped my dad when he thought no one was there for him.
Comments. That is truly amazing, and I believe you and your father. When I was 15 years old, my parents split for the second time and final. My dad was sleeping in the spare room when I awoke one night to a young man sitting on the edge of my bed, just watching over me. I sat up in bed, said, "Oh, it's you," and went back to sleep, calmly. He had short, shaved hair and was wearing a blue flannelette shirt. I remembered a little while later and mentioned it to my father, who said it could have been a guardian angel. Skip to a few years later and I traveled to Ireland to meet the best friend of my then boyfriend. We had met before, even went to school together, but didn't know one another well. We spent a week with him and he and I became close in that week. The last time I ever saw him he was wearing a blue flannelette shirt, he had short shaved hair. We flew home to Australia, and only weeks later, he was killed in a car accident. I don't remember when I realized it was him on my bed, 5 years before. I don't know when I made the connection. But in the 16 years since his death, I have asked for many signs from him and I get them. I dream of him, rarely though, and it is so vivid, so real. I know it was him. I felt an instant calmness and connection when I awoke to a man on my bed. I believe he came to help me through a challenging time in my life. I've no idea why his own life was cut so short, but I miss him. I miss him being in this world.
Welcome to Creepypasta. Please like, share and subscribe. This will help us make more content for you. Thank you.
My boyfriend and I lost 10 hours. 12 years ago, my boyfriend and I went to the video store to rent Ghostbusters, because I had just found out he'd never seen it before. After we rented the movie, we went for a late lunch. He had 2 beers, and I had 1. We were definitely not drunk. We got back to my place, made popcorn and poured soft drinks over ice and sat down on my couch. We put the movie in the DVD player and pressed play. We were not sleepy, we were not drunk or on drugs. We were in that hyper-awake, flirtatious stage of dating, if that makes sense. It was 6 p.m. It was summertime, so the sun was shining brightly through the shades. Cut to, I suddenly come to consciousness by taking the hugest breath I've ever taken. I hear my boyfriend take a huge breath at the same time next to me. It was the kind of breath you would take after coming out of the water, when you've stayed under as long as possible. We were both sitting on the couch in the exact same positions, but it was dark and the movie was long over. The glowing clock showed it was 4 a.m. We both remember the same thing. We lost consciousness at the exact same time and came back into consciousness at the exact same moment. We don't know what happened. We still talk about it sometimes. It's the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. The poor guy has still never seen Ghostbusters to this day, which is too bad cause I think it's a really good movie.
Comments. My sister, whom I'm very close to, had a similar experience about 5 years ago. She got up in the morning with her boyfriend, and as he was leaving for work, she sat down to write a paper for her university class. According to her, as he walked out the door, she sat down and placed her hands on her computer keyboard, then looked towards a window that had morning light coming through the blinds, while gathering thoughts about what to write. She said all she did was blink. Suddenly the light was gone, because it was now dark outside, and her boyfriend was coming back in the door, after a 12-hour shift. She was still sitting in the exact same position, straight up in her chair, with her fingers on the keyboard ready to start. However, she didn't shrug it off as an odd random occurrence like others here did. She lost her mind. She had her boyfriend rush her to the emergency room, and called my parents and I to rush down and be with her at the hospital while they ran tests to determine what had happened. This was a 3-hour drive for my parents and a 1-hour drive for me. But we all went as fast as we could because she was convinced that she had had some sort of a stroke, brain aneurysm. That night her blood was checked for every drug, just in case she had been using, had an MRI, and the next morning an EEG, as well as many other tests. When everything came back normal, my parents went to her house and searched for problems such as carbon monoxide and mold that may have affected her. When nothing came of that, they had everything that she had eaten in the past few days, leftovers and component ingredients of foods, tested to see if there was any contaminants in them, like maybe bad wheat in her bread or something, but nothing there. Seriously, they tested everything, including the possibility of low-grade allergies to cleaning products and laundry detergent. At one point they even came up with a theory that her boyfriend or his teenage son had been slowly poisoning her with something added to the sugar in her coffee, a silly theory because they had already checked for chemical levels in her blood, but whatever. which wasn't the problem either. Finally, after 4 to 5 months of running through all this stuff, her doctors decided that it was a mental problem due to stress and sent her to a therapist. The therapist was happy to help with her stress, but didn't feel like she was at a level where it would have caused a problem like that. We all agreed that the doctors just didn't have a clue what else to do and just sent her there to get my parents off their backs.
Sister with Down syndrome knows things about people she's never met. Okay, I've always wanted to post this, but was always too nervous to. Since reading a recent post, I've decided I should share my stories about my little sister. We'll call her Diana here, for safety reasons. A bit of backstory. My little sister has Down syndrome. From my understanding about Down syndrome, many people with it are on the autistic spectrum. My sister is considered high-functioning autistic as well as having Down syndrome. Okay, here are the stories. Our mom had tons of difficulties with her pregnancy with Diana, and had multiple strange occurrences while she was pregnant with her. The main one being that, at around 6 months along in the pregnancy, our mom walked into her bathroom to find the box holding her wedding dress on the floor. That box had been in the attic since we had moved into that house. No one in the house knew how it got there. Mom started having contractions just after that incident and started bleeding. Dad took her to the ER, and after a day of her being in intensive care and having multiple tests done, my parents discovered that Diana has Down syndrome. After Mom gets out of the hospital, she sits me and my older sisters down to talk to us about this, telling us that Diana will have an abnormality, her words, and explains to us that she will be different than normal kids. I remember very clearly that everyone but me was crying. I remember saying something along the lines of, "But none of us are normal." Mind you, I was 12 and for sure my family is not very normal. Fast forward. Diana is born premature. I believe she was born at 7 months, but could be off a bit, has a ton of medical issues, and has to have surgery immediately after being born. She was in NICU for the first 2 months of her life. We finally get to bring her home after she recovers. She was the tiniest little thing. By the time Diana was about 6 months old, my parents started doing physical and speech therapy with her, because she wasn't developing the way a normal baby would have been by that age, I guess. I remember we were learning sign language with her until she was about 2 years, because my mom was afraid she wouldn't be verbal. Mom couldn't have been more wrong. Diana started babbling by about 8 months, and she'd always just lay flat on her back and talk to the ceiling, and just giggle like someone was playing with her. Mom always joked that Diana was talking to angels. Fast forward again to when Diana is about 3 or 4 years old. My mom, Diana, and myself are at a little Christmas party at a place for physically and mentally disabled people, where Diana took classes and the rest of us volunteered. The 3 of us are sitting in these pews waiting for Santa Claus to come on stage, so all the kids can go have their photo taken with him. Out of nowhere, Diana stands up and runs away from my mom and me, into the crowd. We chase her, and she runs straight toward this older woman we had never met. Diana grabs the woman's leg and starts bawling. My mom and I are apologizing to the woman, saying we don't know what got into her. The woman looks down at Diana and asks her what's wrong. This is where it gets weird. Diana tells her, word for word, in the clearest way I had heard her speak, "I'm so sorry that your mommy left you." The woman starts tearing up, and tells us that her mother had passed away a couple nights prior after a long battle with cancer. The second time, Diana freaked us out. I was visiting with my mom and Diana when she was about 10. Diana starts telling me how she talks to Grandpa all the time. He passed away when she was about 5, and starts telling me that she met Grandpa's wife. Grandpa's wife, our step-grandmother, was still alive at this point, and that's the only grandma Diana ever knew, so I tell her, "Of course you've met Grandma." She corrects me and says, "No, Mommy's mommy." My mom and I both froze. Our mom's mom passed away, and our mom was pregnant with my older sister, meaning none of us had ever met her. So our mom starts asking Diana questions about Grandma. She asks, what color was my mommy's hair, and Diana responds, yellow, but not real. Mom goes on to explain to me that Grandma wore wigs because she had been balding after years of battling anorexia, and she's always wear big blonde wigs. So, Mom asks Diana, do you know Grandma's name? She says Jeannie, which was in fact our grandmother's name. Diana had never heard about Jeannie. It's a very sore subject to bring up around our mom, so none of us really know much about her. There have been so many other instances of her just knowing things. Like when I was in a very abusive relationship that none of my family knew about, and she once called me in the middle of the night, crying hysterically that I needed to leave my house and come home. After that phone call, my fiancé came home drunk and was violent. I left him after that, and honestly can't say I would have had the strength to leave, had it not been for that call from my little sister. Even to this day, she says she talks to Grandma, Grandpa, and other people who have passed away.
Comments. Details are important, and you did an amazing job of giving such details. How have those experiences shaped your view on the world? What do you think of it all?
OP. My personal opinion, and this may sound crazy, is that she can see past the veil because of her Down syndrome. She's incredibly intelligent and very self-sufficient, but she does still have a very childlike mind. I can honestly say that I would not be alive today if it wasn't for her. She's this little beam of positive light, and she's taught me so much about growing and forgiveness and love.
I have said it from day one, and it will never change. Special people have special abilities that the world hasn't been able to dim. They are sensitive to spirit, so pure. I have worked with special needs, particularly faith-based and teaching with children and adolescents who have Down syndrome, my entire life, and it's one of the things that draws me so close. I loved reading this.
OP. I'm glad that I'm not alone in thinking that. My mom has been working on building a nonprofit summer camp for special needs people ever since my little sister was born. It hasn't come to fruition yet, but she does classes in her home for community families who have special needs family members, art, cooking, math, English and ASL classes. Sorry, I'm ranting. Point is, I've been around people with all types of special needs since I was pretty young, and I've seen the same thing. People with Down syndrome and autism seem so especially in tune with. I don't know how to say it. The universe.
I was coming here to say this. Downs is an extra gene, isn't it? I mean, we only know some of the ramifications of that, like you pointed out, potential for autism or being nonverbal. But there's got to be loads that it unlocks that we don't know about. I would bet there's a lot more going on with Diana that she doesn't realize is different, and we may never know. She may just think it's normal life because it's normal to her, if that makes sense.
OP. Yes, essentially Down syndrome is the cause of an extra copy of the chromosome 21. Ever since my sister was born, I've tried finding more and more studies on it, but it seems like there haven't been very many actual scientific studies on it. I assume because it's not fatal. I'm not sure, really. The general belief is that it's a genetic disorder, but I'm no geneticist, so I have no idea how any of that works. Really though, I don't care. It's not a disability. In my mind, she's more able than the rest of us normal people. And it's funny you say that about her thinking it's normal. She actually has full understanding of being different. It began when she started high school and was being bullied, being called the R word. She had a really hard time with it all. I remember she called me one day from our mom's phone, crying about being called names, and she asked me, "Am I a R word?" I got so upset that anyone would hurt her like that, and the tables turned to her having to calm me down. Ever since then, she's recognized that she's different, and she revels in it. She flaunts it, even. That's another part of her that I admire so damn much. She's such a resilient and positive human. In today's video, we have 3 really interesting stories from our viewers. We would like to thank all those who have subscribed and who support our channel. We are still a small channel, but we are glad that in such a short time, more and more of you are interested and participating. Deleted Michael Jackson themed birthday party. By Q. Mari Moore. My daughter was asking me, do I remember her having a Michael Jackson themed birthday party for her 18th birthday? She's 21 now, and honestly my memory isn't messed up. I'm not on any mind-altering drugs/medication. I do not drink alcohol. I smoke cigars socially, but not over the top. I don't smoke marijuana. I haven't had any head injuries. But I cannot remember or recall her having a Michael Jackson-themed birthday party 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, I can't even remember what she did for her 18th birthday. I can't even recall a regular themed party for her 18th birthday. It's like that day is wiped from my memory. And what's worse is that this isn't the first time that I've lost memory of periods of time, and then the reality I'm in is different from one that I remember. There's not one Mandela effect centered around things that I'm interested in that's opposite of what I remember. And what I mean by that is, I'm a Disney fan, and I 1,000,000% remember Tinkerbell using her wand to dot the I in Disney. I remember her getting mad and shaking her wand to make it work also on occasion. I remember Sinbad as the genie in Shazam. I remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison. However, when it comes to sports Mandela effects, I can't say for sure because I'm not a sports fan. Also, it's worth mentioning that I personally have never been an animal person in the past. In particularly dogs. But now, I'm rather fond of dogs. To the point where I sometimes watch cute cat and dog videos. It's very weird. Can anyone offer an explanation?
Blinked, and I was upstairs the next day. By Miss D. One evening many years ago, after I got my children to bed, my husband at the time was locked in his room, gaming as usual, so I decided to go buy a 6-pack of beer and go chat to some friends I made in Yahoo. I cracked a beer, took one sip, my friend DMs me, "What's up tonight?" I said this is it, chatting and having a drink. Right after I said that, the next thing I remember, waking up next day on the couch upstairs with my shirt and bra off. Thinking to myself, wow, those beers really hit me hard. Trying to remember the evening, I realized the only thing I remember was telling my friend what I was doing for the evening. As I was getting my kids ready for school, I kept replaying the night before trying to figure out why I had blacked out. I don't drink to that point. After I got the kids to school, I went downstairs to the computer room to check the history of my convos, so I could piece things together. Nothing. My last message the whole evening was the one I mentioned earlier. I see my beer can, it's completely full, only the one sip was taken. I checked the bag by my chair, all 5 beers there and unopened. I don't know what happened or how I got upstairs or why I was half naked. My husband thought I was making things up. I think about this often. It's a terrifying feeling not knowing what happened to me in that missing time. It literally felt like I'm in one moment, blinked and I was upstairs, and the next day the next moment. This will always be disturbing to me. I wasn't on any meds. Nothing like this happened before or after this point. I felt like my house was haunted, but not sure if that has anything to do with that or if it was a glitch in the matrix.
Family members have changed after surgery. By Daniel Soley. I have a crazy story that I think of as a glitch in the matrix. It has bothered me my whole life. Most people just scoff at my story and say it's made up. It is kind of a long story, so stay with me. It starts when I was 5. I began having seizures and had to be taken to Denver to the children's hospital to have surgery. For like 5 years, we took many trips to Denver for tests and my brain surgery. During these 5 years my family was so close and happy, whether we were taking one of the trips to Denver or we were at home. I live all the way in Cody, Wyoming. We went on so many adventures, and I knew all of them so well and they knew me so well. But then one night we came home from a trip to Denver and everyone seemed perfectly happy and normal. I was about 11 at this time. Then a few months later, we were planning on taking a trip to Denver for a few tests. I went to bed, all ready to go on another family trip. But the next morning I got up to find my entire family sleeping in, and when I asked if we were going to Denver, they looked at me like I was crazy. "We haven't gone on those trips for years," they said. I was so confused. After that strange morning, nothing in my life has been normal. There weren't many physical things that seemed different, other than a couple pieces of furniture or the paint color in a room seeming off. But something that was absolutely different was my family. Suddenly things that they always loved doing, they had no interest in and acted like they never had. Every day that went by, my family, which before that strange morning, was always so close and warm, became more cold and distant and didn't seem to know what I was talking about when I would bring up my surgery and the adventures we would go on. They agreed that the surgery happened. But they couldn't remember any of the fun adventures and memories we had made together. As I got older, things got worse. My oldest sister ran away and my mom and dad got divorced and totally hate each other. I started to look into Glitch in the Matrix stories on YouTube. I noticed that unlike other people's stories, I didn't notice lots of physical objects that had changed. The main change was just my family. But there is one major change in a physical object at my house that I have found. When we were kids, I was probably like 8, me and my 3 older sisters went to a Bible camp where we made these concrete blocks with our handprints in them. It was only me and my 3 older sisters who went to the Bible camp, because my little sister was too young, so there had only ever been 4 concrete blocks. But after that weird morning I mentioned at the beginning, there are now 5 of them and the designs I clearly remember making on them are now different. I am currently 22 and still, none of my family acts like they did before that weird morning, and can't remember any of the memories and adventures we made as a family during the surgery. They also don't believe or think in the ways that they always used to, even things I know for a fact that they believed, because they were the ones that taught those things to me. When I mention any of this stuff to them, they say I am delusional. So what do you guys think? Did I somehow end up in a different timeline/universe that morning when I was 11? Or, is this all in my head? Sorry about kind of writing a novel. But that's my story.
Comment to Did the World End in 2012 video by Just the Joe Show. No, it's more like a virtual infection. We aren't meant to perceive certain things as a mass unit. Things exist in a state of quantum potential till they are observed and experienced by an individual. Then what is observed is manifested based upon certain laws of physics. Example, we think the water is boiling hot, it either is or isn't. It's not suddenly a puppy. Things glitch because of too many people perceive things differently, causing problems. It's almost like computer server lag. Because too many people are logged onto the server. When it gets to the point of critical failure, it crashes and things are transferred to a new server. Mandela effects are the result of damaged info that was replaced within the core server. Personal glitches are localized errors with the observer units. It's like with an online MMORPG. The game is on your personal device and on a server. And that server is connected to a main server or backup server. Glitches appear if your device is limited, you lag on your end only affecting your experience. If your server lags, everyone on the server lags, Mandela effect. Hope this helps. I could go into further detail, but I don't think this is the best place.
Do you have a creepy story? Please share it with us in the comments, and we will post it on the channel. Please subscribe. Thank you.